what is PMP, how to go for exam, all these things have happened. Anyone here who completed reading the full book in 1 week?
No.
No.
Oh, man, you can't, huh? But when the last week class ended, your brain would have said, Monday to Friday, I'm going to sit and read and come back on Saturday for the class. And before you blink the eyes, 1 week have passed. Do anyone felt like that?
Yes.
You felt like that?
Yeah.
Days
Yes.
went pretty fast.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Let's see some of you. If you have a face behind the name, if you want to show that, I'll be happy. That's good. Good. I know you're not ready for Saturday to show your face. That's okay. I would have said that you have to decide whether you have to show your Aadhaar card picture or a Facebook picture. So nothing to worry. On a weekend, we may be in different form in between Aadhaar and Facebook. So don't worry, you can be good. All right, good to see you all. First wave hands to each other, say hello to each other as we have people around. I do have some people online also listening here. All right, nice, nice. Do anyone open the book by mistake Monday to Friday?
I tried, sir. Even after reading, it was like there are so many concepts which was like all bouncers to me. I was trying to understand, but I was not able to.
Oh man, do they talk anything about the chemistry
No.
or physics in that?
No.
All about
You're reading a right book. You're reading a right book. Okay, that's the good news. All right, so I have people here who are writing every day. Let's take a feedback from the people who are writing here. How is it with the writing habits after so many months or a year? Do anyone doing writing after a long time? And
Yes.
you found your handwriting looks, wow, beautiful.
It keeps on changing on daily basis.
Okay. Okay. Did you found your handwriting is improving over a period of time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Next ask is, how long does it take to write?
Well, the assignment took about an hour, I think. 36 tasks
takes
and
hour.
yeah, because we are not, used to writing. I'm talking about myself. I'm not able.
Okay.
I was not used to writing for a very long time, almost a decade, I would say. So while
okay.
writing, what I could use to finish in 10 minutes, it took me half an hour and so on and so forth.
Okay. Okay, that's a good thing. Anyone else here who also found it took long time to write? It consumed more time?
Like when we started, it took about like 20-25 minutes, but yesterday it took hardly like 10 minutes. So there's improvisation.
Improved. All right, this is a good thing. But sometimes did you found you are writing mechanically, but you don't know why you are writing?
Some of it, yes.
I found it
Somehow.
with graphs. Graphs were like I was just only drawing.
Okay. Do your sixth sense trigger something while you're writing and reading? Do something. Does it help while you write? Or you are still drawing on the fourth day or fifth day?
We could relate some of the concepts. I mean, I could actually draw a couple of the drawings without even looking at it because I understood the concept, like the Agile and the predictive, and we could relate, right, from your initial classes. So that sometimes I was automatically able to write, okay, this is iterative, this is incremental. So the continuum, the first drawing, we could relate. And also the complexity of the project, that was also something we could relate. Yeah. So I found pretty relatable.
Nice. I'm sure in this room, many may not even relate to it. Many did not even write. I'm writing and all old habit. Yeah, we won't write it. Huh? We are living a digital yo-yo world. If you feel like that, you will see that when you go to close to exam. Okay. So let's get to the process of next stages. First thing, thanks all for joining here on time. I have some people who are struggling to log in because you have to properly register and log in. Registration means nothing but giving your user ID and email ID. Okay, so no Aadhaar card, no passport number, nothing here. But still people will struggle. It's very common. Any place when you go first time will be a little try hard, do it. Okay, let's give some time, let them join in. So now you should have
Mr. Kumar,
access.
sorry to disturb you. I actually just joined yesterday. My name is Saili. So I thought I'll introduce myself. And so obviously everyone is talking about writing and all. I have not even looked at the material because I just joined yesterday. Will that be a problem to follow the class?
Big crime. Already a case has been registered on you. Soon the cops are coming to your home.
I'm a little worried because I
so.
don't think it's a 4-hour class. I missed 4 hours. Will I be able to follow everything, you know?
Nothing like that. Nothing like that. We made an introduction session on last week, and you may get time again by this week to listen the first day classes also. You can listen. So what we have done here the first day, we have went through what is the basics of project management. And we also understood what is the study material, which book to read. And we also started talking about some of the writing habits which we can follow until we go to the examination. So these all discussed on the first day of the class. How you can get it up, you can wait, maybe after the class gets over, you can listen to that. Meantime, I'll also show what all we have gone through in the sense of there is something called communication board. Have you got access to communication board?
Yes, I just downloaded everything. I did the basic work, but I haven't really gone through the material or anything.
No problem. So this is the communication board, which is of ShriLearning, where you will have a week wise what all you can write and read. So this you will do for a while. I'm sure as you navigate through this web page, it has a lot of content. I would expect you to read through, not only her, anyone for new here, or there are some people, 5th week of the class, they will ask, Shriram, where I can find this writing habits? I'll say, oh, where are you? 5 weeks I was in the class, but I didn't observe it. So for everyone benefit, I'm telling one place to see is called communication board. Okay. So don't worry if you missed the first day we have given an introduction of the subject. Nothing to worry here, but you can get it on. I too have few of them joined today as the first day. Even some more will join the next week also. But only point here is this is something, a continuing learning process, which we have books to read. We have a recording of the classes, so you may not miss anything. Only thing you have to do is get back and listen to those content. Also, you should know the class agenda. Do you all have your class agenda? What subject we're going to cover? Do you have that?
Yep. Yes.
All right. Okay. If someone don't have that, I would expect you to get it from the folder. If not, I'll one more time help you all for the benefit of all. Here's our course class agenda. So we are in day 2 now. So day 2, what we have to discuss? Which domain we have to discuss?
People.
Yeah, people. In people, there are, by the way, for information, just a minute. Hello. So now I was asking this question from last week as well and repeat it one more time. So how many domains we have in PMP exam? Do you even remember it?
People, process, business, knowledge.
3 domains.
Three domains we have.
5 lessons.
Business environment.
5 lessons we have, and we have 36 tasks to read for it. So will I read something like a school days? People. Under people, we will have a lesson called create a high performing team. Under high performing team, what all I have to read topics. Your book will be like this, or your book will tell just a topic called stakeholder and resource, under which these all can be covered. What is the way it works?
Stakeholder resource, under that we have the task.
Exactly. So we are not in a school of 10th standard or 8th standard asking, Madam, can you tell me this lesson, this all topics will come? Of course, it will be nice, but PMI has not done that. No other industry has done it. So what they're doing here is we are doing a project management professional examination. When you say professional examination, defining the team ground rules. For this, I now don't need to go to an academic book and take a page number 45 to 46. Can you read from there? No, that's not the way. When you read the chapters called stakeholder and resource management, under this, one of the topic will be team ground rules. Could be 3 lines, could be 1 paragraph, could be 1 page, could be 5 pages. But as you read these chapters, you start getting the idea of how to form a team. This is the way the content is being explained. By the way, still, if somebody didn't get it, I will first recommend you to open up some of the books given to you, start reading it. Without reading, the topic will be always a vague. So I expect you to read the content with the books. So by the way, this all agenda sheet is with you. You have the agenda sheet with you?
Yes.
Yeah, you should have it.
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. People who don't have it, please get it up. Okay, that's a first kickstart for now. So I'm seeing many of you in the camera. Good to see you all. I'm not seeing many of you not available in the camera. That's okay. At least you have a DP picture to see who you are. Thanks a lot. And I see some known faces also. Some of them are from old good friends and many are here. Hey, ShriRam, good to see you after a long time. Huh?
Hi, yeah. Yes.
Seems you got a new headset. Huh?
Sorry?
Seems you got a new headsets.
Yeah. You remember a lot of things.
That's a bad thing of right? Remembering most. All right, nice. Good to see you all. Okay, a bunch of people are here. Thanks a lot for everyone being here on time. Let's kickstart. This is day 2. In day 2, I'm going to go deep dive into a people domain. In people domain, I'm going to talk about how to form a team. Before that, for the heads up of everyone, there are many people newly came in. Some of the things which I did yesterday, I'll pick up from there. I'm muting some of you for the benefit of background sound. Just give me a few seconds. I'm setting. All right, so I'm going to give something on the whiteboard. You can put your cam and mic off mode. Appreciate it. All the people who have taken effort to come on the cam, show your face, give a smile. Thanks for it. Let's go on. So you can put your cam and mic off mode. All right, what I have to bring in? First thing I have to bring here is this portion, the portion of project. So can I tell every project will have an initiation, a kickstart? Can we say something like this? You can use a chat box. You don't need to use your mic. You can use a chat box so that we will keep moving on. So there'll be an initiation for every project. There'll be a closing stage for every project. Okay, this you should have understood by now. All right, thanks everyone for using the chat box. And then we have some sort of planning for every project, isn't it? And then we have something called execution. Somebody has to do the work, execution. And then we also have something called monitoring and controlling the project. So you have initiation, we have to start it, kickstart it, we have to close it. And then in between, we have something to call planning, execution, monitoring. You may be a small project, big project, or mega projects, whatever it is, it's going to happen. I'm putting most of in the mute mode for benefit of all. All right, so you're going to have this kind of a project start to end. This is the nature of the project. Can we take even your PMP exams plan as a project? You have something called initiation till closing, which is going to happen. Can we take something like that? Okay, possible. All right. So now, if I work in a company and you work in a company, we spoke about this last time. We spend most chunk of our time in execution. Is it so? We spend a huge percentage of time in this place. Or you and me worked as a project manager, technical manager, delivery manager, senior manager, scrum master, whatever master you are. Many of the places we would have been most of the time on execution. We spend time here. I mean, more of the proportion of your time, less of a time on initiation or closing of a project, possibly. Now, to do this effectively, I would also ask you something, how our delivery model works. I gave a clue last time, single delivery. You remember it? Single delivery. Then I said there is something called a multiple delivery. Multiple delivery. Then what we have? Then we have something called periodic delivery. Yeah. Then we have something called continuous delivery. So do you think these are the delivery models of your project? Single, multiple, periodic, continuous, or Mix of all. Very rarely we have mix of all. If not, it will be some sort of delivery here. Now, if you see your project management, initiation till closing, you have to have a plan, you have to have an execution, you have to have the monitoring. This happens. And this delivery model decides how do you do this. This initiation to closing, do I need to do multiple times or do I need to do in one shot? It is decided by your delivery model. If your delivery model is a single, one time you will initiate it, one time you close it. Am I right on this? If it's single delivery, one time I initiate it, one time I close it. Is that so? If it is multiple or continuous delivery, I may do it few more times. Execution, monitor, control, closing. It's one packet. Then again, I'll initiate the second phase of the project. Then I'll do it something like this. Then third phase of the project, again, I will do something like this. Is this also possible in your project management where we repeat the same thing again and again and again, few more times? Possible. That's also possible. All right. Now, you know single, multiple, periodic delivery. You know your project starts, your project ends. We also understood this. Also, we understood something last week called predictive model. There is predictive, another one is called adaptive. Do you remember this? We spoke about it, predictive, adaptive. If someone missed the first day of video, you missed it, I would recommend you to listen one more time. So message here is you have a predictive, adaptive model. Okay. We are not going to fight for this right now. This is not your intention of learning PMP. Intention of learning here PMP is, you know, there is projects which goes by predictive model. There is project goes by adaptive model or combination of both, which we called as a hybrid model. So Shriram, where comes Agile? Where comes Scrum, Kanban? These are just a component of it. This is the biggest galaxy. First, learn the galaxy properly. Then you start seeing small stars. Small stars are nothing but Agile. Under Agile, the smallest star is called Scrum. Under this, we have something called Kanban. It goes on furthermore. So the message here is, I see many people are fighting here. This is one portion of your life. First, understand what is predictive, what is adaptive, what is a hybrid model. When you understand this, along with the model of delivery model, single, multiple, periodic delivery, you get a better idea. I don't want to heat much of the time here because we discussed this last week. I'm just recalling for someone who missed the last time video. Now, the message here is to do this effectively, you are not only worried on methodology. Methodology is a way of doing. That is your organization decision. That is your client decision. That is your delivery model decision. That is your supply chain model decision. Can I say something like that? If your supply chain model is something like that, you won't get the spare parts on time. Will you agree that I will deliver it every week? You will tell, no, my spare parts yet to come. I have to wait for it. So these are the decision of your organization model, your situation, border related issues. India, China has a border issues now. Sri Lanka is in trouble, something. Some spare parts has to come from there. Some raw materials to come from there. Multiple things. It is not just sitting with the Excel sheet, a computer, Jira board, Agile, Bajal, everything will work. Nothing like that. Multiple things are there before make any decision of a project management. But now that is not the only case. You are here to learn management. You are here to learn something more. What is that? I would have gave 6 constraints. I explained 6 constraints last week. Do you remember it? 6 constraints I explained. What are they? First 3, top 3, we call as a high end triangle. The triangle. What is that? Scope of a project. What work we are going to do. Time, schedule of the project, cost. You should remember this. In the center, you can put a Q, or we call it as a quality, if you remember it. Quality. Apart from quality, what we have? Resource. Apart from resource, what we have? We have risk. These 6 items are called as a constraints. Now, don't think any other project. Just think about your PMP exam. Your PMP exam, does it have a scope? Does it have time? Does it have cost, quality, resource, risk? Is all involved? Everything is involved. One has a relation with another. Imagine you're sitting in the class. Imagine the next 10 days of class, I'm going to blabber something, poorest quality of training you'll attend in your life. Will it impact your project? Will it impact your project of PMP? Will it impact? It will impact very heavily. If the quality of the training is very bad, quality of the books, what you received is very bad, Quality of your own personal plan towards examination is bad. Quality of your preparation is very bad. What will happen? Definitely impact. Resource shortage will impact. Risk, anytime it can pop up in your exam. Now the message here is, there's a 6 constraints you have to learn clearly, now aligning with the predictive model of project and adaptive model of project. Any model of project, this is all going to be there. Only the proportion will change. Somebody can tell that in Agile, we don't do anything, Shriram. We'll just go every day morning. If you do stand-up meeting, Scrum Master, Baroda Master will come. We'll complete the work, we'll go home. Any project has all these things. Certain things are eye visible, certain things are not visible, which happens behind the screen. But the 6 constraints are the key of any project management, whatever model you do. But is this 6 sufficient to do the project? Answer is no. We have few more. What are the few more? The few more could be called stakeholder management. Then what? We have few more. What is that? Communication management. Then what we have? Then we have procurement management, vendor management. Then what we have? Putting everything together, what we have? Integration management, connecting all the dots. All right. So now what you are going to learn in PMP? In PMP, you know that predictive and adaptive model exists. You're going to learn it. Apart from that, you're going to learn how a program portfolio works. Apart from that, you're going to learn what is a governance structure. Apart from that, you're going to learn how these all works individual compartment carefully. Now, if someone comes only from, let's say, this initiation, planning, execution, monitor and control and closing, someone will only focus on executing it. They talk only about how to delegate the work. That is not only PMP. PMP talks more the whole cycle of the system. That is why you are getting bunch of content. Now, whatever I say to you, does it make sense? Does it available in your project, first of all? Have you seen these terminology, what I'm talking here? It is there in your projects. Or you are not even working on a project. Somebody working, you heard these terms in your life in corporates. Now, if you have heard about it, if you are going to do this, this is not a one-day game. Just you read some today and tomorrow you clear the exam. It's your life. If you're going to work as a senior manager, if you want to work as a portfolio manager, if you want to work as a CEO of a company, you should know all these things. Without knowing how a quality parameter works in a company, how you will become a CEO? Without knowing how risk is anticipated in Agile or non-Agile or whatever model it is, you cannot become a senior manager. That is the reason PMP exam is a highly in demand. That is the reason somebody has to read properly to clear this exam. There are wrong routes available. There are people telling wrong routes, easy way of clearing examinations also available. But what's the point of doing that? In the name of doing, you'll do it. But how do you get the essence of knowledge? Without knowledge, within 5 minutes, somebody talk to you will come to know, are you really qualified or not? So now, if someone feels content is very high, very dry, yes, it is. The more dry it is, be happy. Many will not come there. Only you can be a specialist. If it's easy, everyone will be there. You want to be easy or to be challenged? What do you want? What is your thought? Easy or challenged? It should be challenged, isn't it? If it's easy, everyone is going to be there. Come on, man. Then what's the point? Come on, let's challenge. Huh? I don't want to be in the crowd of people, right? You got to be a specialist. You're a specialist. Fantastic. Good. All right. So let's kickstart and we'll take you to the subject. Before that, one asks to the people here who are writing on a daily basis or reading on a daily basis. Do I have someone reading on a daily basis? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Someone here who read, open the books? All right. Someone who open the books. Fantastic. Was it a good feel after so many years you're able to read? Was it a good feel you were able to write after a long time? Did you feel that energy, happiness, joy? You did it? All right. Good feel? Okay, nice. Good feel. If you have that good feel, nice. By the way, the paper pencil, as I said last time, hope you all bought your own paper pencil. Nothing from office printer. Okay. In office, there is one printer, right? Hey, come on, man. Stay late in office. Okay. Don't do that. No office printer and no fight with your children for pencil and pen. Hope you don't do that. Some of your children will question you, Dad, why are you writing now? You look like some assignments to you, isn't it? Okay, the main reason I'm asking this question is the screen. By the way, can you confirm that you're able to see the screen? You are hear me well, see the screen properly, what I'm doing? Is it happening well? All right, thanks a lot. Thanks for confirming. One thing in Zoom on the top right, you have something called side-by-side speaker view. Click that option on the top right, side-by-side speaker view, which will make you to see the screen, also the speaker. Can you do that and check it's working for you? Okay, you have side-by-side speaker view. Yeah, that's a good way. So you have a content, you have a speaker, both will be there. All right, good. Now let's get to the topic. In this screen, you see a word called a dopamine. Do you see the word called dopamine? Okay, it's a kind of a happy chemical in our brain, which is getting released when you do something really good for you. Right. So finishing the task is the first utmost thing which generates a dopamine. I'm sure you heard about this word dopamine. If not, maybe hearing first time. Dopamine is a joy chemical. And this dopamine makes you really happy to do it again. This is what the drug addicts do. This is what the people who watch Instagram videos, YouTube short videos, or unwanted videos, which is highly watched in India. Okay, these all videos are made with the mind of dopamine. Your brain has a chemical which creates a joy for a few seconds and minutes, and you get addicted. Whenever you feel something little disturbed, you will go for it. The same chemical sometimes disturbs the people for smoking and liquor. They feel when you do that, they get a dopamine. Actually, it's a false indication. The real indication happens when you do something good, finished task. In the sense, your brain can feel the happiness for a few minutes or a few hours when you do something really good. I'm not talking for PMP. Let's take a office job. You took an office job, you completed that evening. Have you felt the joy when you walk to the lift area, when you take your car, when you come by the bus? You feel a little more energetic than the day before because you have done something, you have completed something. Now I'm asking the question, people who took these writing habits, did you felt some sense of joy, sense of completion when you do it? If it's happened, it means your brain is in the right path. There is a meaning for making this happen because you are not reading for the last 10 years or 15 years. How to bring you on track? The first thing to bring you on track is not giving you books to read, giving you something to write. When you write something, when you see a paper in front of you, your own handwriting, that gives a sense of accomplishment. Yes, I can come back. That comeback is very important. In life, many people don't have this comeback. They live a mediocre life. One day they die. I don't want you to be like that. I to be like this. We have to come back. How to come back? Bring a discipline. How to bring a discipline? Do something like this and educate your brain. You are the same young school guy who can do this. The first thing. And the next dopamine factor is whatever you see in these screens. When you do exercises, you get a dopamine. Listening music, gratitude, saying thanks to people. Often we don't see this happening, right? People take it for the security guard. That's his duty, man. He has to open the gate. It won't take much time to say that Ramesh, Suresh, Ganesh, whoever the name it is, thanks for opening the gate. What's a big deal going to happen? With a few seconds of saying that too by a name. If you remember their security guard name, call them. They'll be excited. If a CEO call you by a name in thousands of people, will you be happy? You'll be excited. Wow, this guy remembers my name. These are all small things, but it increases joy for your brain and the person who is getting enjoyed benefit out of it. Now, why I put this message in this classes, you are getting to a leadership program. You are into leadership track. First, learn the basics of how to become a better person on your own. Self-assessment is very important. Then comes the leadership model. If ourself is not properly disciplined, if we can't do systematically, I'm sure nobody will follow you. That's very important. Okay. All right, let's get in. Dopamine chemical. What other ways we can get the dopamine? Oh, Shriram, a lot of ways are there, man. There are a lot of ways there. People know that, but let's not do that. The book says that those dopamine can save only a few minutes. When you win, when you succeed, that dopamine can stay for days. You can decide you want for minutes or days. All right, so now let's come to here. This screen, can I assume that you all are aware of 3 domains, 5 lessons, and this is only helping us from left to right. What is left to right? Can somebody tell me what is left to right? What do you see in the left and what do you see in the right in the screen? What is that in the left to right? customer's vision, customer's goal, customer's requirement, customer's dream. Can we see something like that on the left? Vision, goal, dream. That is also named as scope, requirement. That is also named as contract. That is also named as agreement. Is it so? Contract, agreement, and not terminology. But is it someone's vision, goal, somebody's dream? Is it so? Someone's dream, isn't it? Someone's dream, someone's good thought process. That's what becoming a project. Now on the rightmost, what we have? Delivery. The delivery of products, what they're looking for. So to make this happen, you and me going to work in a center called program or project management. So Sriram, how the benefit will happen? Who will get the revenue? Where is the profit of it? That is not your game. I'll repeat again. In PMP exam, they tell what is KPI, they tell what is called net present value. It will be there. But don't worry about who will sell it, how much they will sell it, what is the benefit out of it. That's not your game. If you're doing that, maybe it's a startup company, a middle-level company, they do it. If you go to a higher level, big companies, sure, they don't show you everything. Your role is to do the work. Rest, somebody will take care. There is something called pre-sales team, portfolio management, program management, delivery management. Someone will take care of it. That's not your role. But understand what it is, stop there. Don't mix that here in the name of project management. Can I sell the project? That's not your role. Your role is do the work, deliver it. That's it. All right. Okay, with this, we'll get into the first lesson. It took little time to set the ground because some of them are new here. I made it little aware of what it is. Now let's go to the first lesson, which talks about creating a high-performing team. In this also last class, I said about building a team, how a team is getting built. I have shown some videos also to you. I gave a clue that you have to estimate the resource before I go further. Resource means what all it is. Only human or anything more are there in a resource. Resource means it's human or more than that. You will have material.
Yeah.
You will
It's
have
material and equipment.
Yeah, good. So we can have a three variety of things, human, material, and equipment, all can be there. However, it is when you say build a team, the word team goes by human being. So for a material and equipment, yes, we need it. Of course, we need to worry about the quality parameters. We need to worry about the vendor management. We have to bring some third party to supply those spare parts. All fine. But here we are talking more of people, because in the whole resource, in this three, material, human, and equipment, which is the toughest one to handle? Which is the toughest one to handle?
Human resource.
Human is the toughest.
Okay, human is the toughest, right? When you say this, when you're pronouncing this word, in any of your face of somebody in your team is running in your mind, "Pah, that fellow, pah, useless fellow, yeah." Something running there. Same way, that guy in another program thinking about you. Funny, right? Life is like that. What you thought about him or her, she's thinking about you. Pah, useless. Whole world is like that. You will think them, they will think you. So the point here is human of even different proportions. Even it's not something on equal level. I used to give an example of this: 5 fingers. In a team, your 5 fingers of different shapes and size are there. Only when the 5 fingers of only different shape, different size, I'm getting a grip of holding this mic. If everything is equal, sure, it won't happen. The problem with the human race is when I want something, I exactly think someone to behave like me. Once they start behaving like you may not like it. It's a little complicated. When you read the books of psychology, you'll start understanding human being always want other person to behave like them. But when they start behaving like that, you won't like it. Only in the movies, when the double action comes in, one person can recognize other person looking like same. Reality, you can't recognize. If you see really somebody like looking like you can't recognize it. You know that? Your brain cannot recognize. You will look at them. Somebody, somewhere I seen this guy, then you'll move away. Only in the movie, how you look like me? Okay, that's the idiot box. So now coming back here on the thought process, everyone want others to behave like what you want. Okay, same problem with the spouse and husband. Oh, whoop, whoop. Married, husband and wife, same problem. Let us not go to the family problem. Let's come to the corporate problem. Now we talk about the team factor. When I say team factor, how a team works here. Now we have to understand something here. When I say team, it could be of a project which is purely involved on physical labor work. There could be a project which is involved on knowledge-based work, brain-related. There could be a project involved on a combination of all. Now, when you see the books now, mostly in the management books, They're focusing more about knowledge-based workers because of proportions changing. Shriram, what is knowledge base? If you heard about a blue collar, white collar, have you heard about blue collar, white collar jobs? Not now, maybe 40, 50 years back.
Yeah.
So we have a white collar, we have a blue collar job. What happened here is, once upon a time, this proportion was very high. Blue collar proportion is very high. White collar, limited people are available. They were command and controlling the blue collar. These all came from Second World War and a British model of ruling. That's how they made it. Now, after the education system improved, automation improved, technology came in, a lot of things happened. Now, this white collar is getting higher, blue is reducing. Okay, in some of the countries, if you go, there is no one to do the service. You have to do your own service. Is it? Yeah. Go to some of the big countries, what will happen is you have to do everything, including the plumbing work to electrical work, every work you have to do. The reason is this job is going low. No one is available. Going forward, this will become more demand. Let's talk that little later, a different topic. So message here is, the book, if you read, it'll have a combination of two things, but you will see more proportion of white collar. Okay. Why I'm putting this is, this term is called as a knowledge workers. If you heard about the game called knowledge workers, they can work by the brain. Can I assume in this room, most of you are knowledge workers? You use your brain to do the job? No, Shriram, I go by car to office, man. Use my hands. I'm cooking, man, using my hands to do all this stuff. I'm typing the keyboard with my finger. If you say something like that, I don't have any words to you. But point here is, you use most of the time your brain to think something, rather somebody's instructing you. You are not working by instructions. You have a clues of goal is given to you. Your vision is given to you. Now your brain starts working by this goal and vision. If we are doing this kind of job, you are called knowledge workers. Okay, that's the point. Okay, now what this book is talking about? We're talking about the people who work in this team. We're talking about people who collaborate. Now there is a problem in the market. What is the problem? The problem is generalist, specialist. Now you tell me which kind of resource you recruit in your company if you want some people for your team. You want a specialist person or you want a generalized person?
We need both.
It depends, Shriram, isn't it? Something I heard of. We need what?
I guess we need both kind of human
Both.
people.
Both.
Sir, actually, we recruit depend upon the requirement. Whether specialized require, we can recruit specialized. Where general requires, we can go for generalized.
Yeah, well,
Very
we
good.
need
Nice.
both focused and cockpit view as well, right? We need both. Someone to look back, sit back and go.
All right, good. Nice. No, thanks for all the comments. Let's get in. So now what is happening is, in the market, for a long time, we are very focused on specialists for a long time. Now there are certain industry which we call as knowledge-based industry. Specifically, if you see some of that digitalized based industry, what is happening here is they are reducing the specialist and they're recruiting more generalist. The reason they call it out is they don't want a work get stuck up with one person in the name of specialist. Because he or she is a specialist, recruited, they do the job, but this person is not available for a week of time, the work is stuck there. If this person is not able to contribute that season, the work is stuck there. Now what to do? This is not a new thing, it's happening for a long time. So for that reason, we have something called T-shape. I'm telling about the places where you need more than one person to do the job. So when you say T-shape, T is a broad. What do you mean by broad? Ability to work outside of the core area. So you are not telling that somebody to be specialist in more than one area, very strong. No, you can be strong and deep in one area, have a broader knowledge in other area. Some people misunderstood this. If you see someone in resume, they'll write everything. I'll be doing A to Z of all, not actually needed. They want to know that, are you deep in one area? Are you covering other area on a need basis? What do you mean by need basis? Let's take an example of a cricket match. I believe most of you in this room know what is cricket. If you're not from India, if you're not followed cricket. Now, cricket is a sport where it's happening for so many years. If you look at India, cricket team, 30 years back or 40 years back. Now, 30, 40 years back, Indian cricket team, after 6th wicket is gone, okay, you have to score 20 runs in 50 balls are there. Is it possible for India team to do this? I'm talking 30, 40 years back. 20 runs in 50 ball. Is it possible? Sometimes it is. Most of the time it was not. Because after 6th wicket, they are considered as they are a resource who are specialist only on bowling. They are specialist only on fielding. Am I right on this 30 years back? Was it true? Your parents would have given a comment like this, 6th wicket or something. They're specialist. Nothing wrong. They are specialist. They're very good. When I say specialist, they're specialist on one area. Let us take today, 2022, IPL matches happening or some cricket matches happening, India, Pakistan, Australia, somebody is playing. Now, there is a situation, 50 runs in 20 balls. I'm changing the other way. Now, we have 7 wickets gone. Is it possible? Yep. Still, people have a hope and sit in the ground. It is possible. Because what is happening? We are having a T-shape people. What is T-shape? You are a specialist in one, broader another area on a situation. How many times you're going to get the same situation like this? Maybe in 1 match, 2 match, you will get it. Not all the time, right? When a situation comes, are you having that skill in your office to solve that problem? I'm not asking you to do the job every day. I'm asking, if a situation comes in, will you step in? For this, do you have a broad knowledge? Is it a reasonable request by the companies in the market? It's a bad request. No, Shriram, give me double salary, then I will do it. No, it's a reasonable request, right? They're reasonably asking, guys, I have one knowledge, I have other knowledge also, but some company misuse it. I'm not going to them. I'm going to talk about the people like a PMP talks about how a management works. The message here is, how do you know a deeper knowledge in one area, broader knowledge in another area? But yeah, eye surgeon should be specialist in eye surgeon. You cannot expect a eye surgeon will get and do on some other area. Okay, some area still we need a specialist. We don't want to disturb there. Okay, I'm not disturbing those areas. I'm talking the area where we need a T shape, which will help. Then we have a comb shape. Then we have multiple shape, broken comb, lot of that. Let's not go there. T shape. Now you tell me, just realize yourself in your corporate where you're working. Do you think I shape is needed or T shape is needed? When I say I, you are a specialist on only one area. Do you think I shape is good or T shape is good? Let me see your answers in the chat box. T. Man, tea coffee is coming more heavily today. Okay.
But then practically,
so,
yeah, people prefer to have a T shape, but then they don't encourage to have a T. I mean, they expect people to be all-rounder, but then they stick to a dedicated or niche skill profile.
Of course. Not all the area. Some areas still we need only the specialist. I will not disturb those areas, but T-shape is preferred. Now, why I'm asking these questions or putting things here is, when you form a team...
Just a sec, Shriram. Can we say like jack of all trade, master of some?
Maybe your voice broken. I can hear that proverb or a verb where you want to say that. You can say that. So those are funny terms. Let's keep the funny terms aside. We'll see what somebody can be good on, what it is, right? What is needed. I gave an example of a cricket. Same can go for your corporate. Needed basis, some kind of work. Jack of all trade, this is all good to hear. But when it comes to project management, I'm expecting a team which is self-packed. What do you mean by self-packed?
Yeah, jack of all trade, master.
Okay. Now, because that was used in a teasing mode also sometime. That's what I'm not encouraging that wording. But still, I take your point. I appreciate it. Now, to understand a little more, look at this picture. If you look at this picture, in this picture, do you think, by the way, which movie is this? Are you even aware of this movie? Is this a movie called Avatar?
Jumanji, sorry.
Somebody said Bahubali, Shriram. Beautiful movie, man. I watched this movie 3 times, Bahubali. Okay, let's not get to the movie industry. Message is important here. This guy looks pretty good, okay? Tall, muscular, can do anything. But do you think, if you know the concept of Jumanji, because we have seen in the school days, okay, concept of Jumanji, hey, can you guys put yourself mute mode? Will us the background sound? Yeah. So now, when you watch it in the school days, the Jumanji concept here is, even though one person is pretty good, it doesn't mean he or she can solve everything. Do you think it's Everyone combination, they win the game. If you know the Jumanji movie, it's a combination of all. It's a team effort. Yes. Because of this person, it's the greatest muscular and biceps can do everything. Because she's so flexible enough to solve some critical mathematical problem, she can solve it. No, everyone has a strength, everyone has a weakness. You see this? Now, corporates are looking for the people who can be a T-shape where they can be good in one, they may have broader knowledge in other area where we can support each other like this. So a team is a combination of the people who can support each other to move forward. Why I'm putting this on the classes here? The reason is when you form a team, when you are part of the team, you should understand not everyone will be perfect. You will have a combination of up and down, right? That's a message. All right. Now, next question, I have one thing to you. How many of you are aware that there are projects failing in the world? Do you know that projects are failing? First, you know projects are failing?
Yes.
Project fail? How do I know, Shriram? I'm just going to office, do my work, go home. I don't know it is failing. For a surprise, we discussed last week also, more than 75% of the projects are failing. Whatever method they follow, you call as a predictive, we call as adaptive, we call as a hybrid model. Under this, they're calling as Agile, they're calling Scrum, they call Kanban. Under this, they have a plan-driven approach, waterfall model. These are just methodologies. Until your people are not happy with each other, this is just a process. Do you agree on this? Until the people are not happy with one another, until the people have the commitment of what they have to do, until people share the knowledge with one another, until people shake hands with one another to help each other, nothing works here. You bring in Agile, Bajile, Kajile, whatever it is, nothing will work until people agree with one another. So the people formation is very important. When you say team formation, how proportionate you're forming your team, how each other understanding properly. We are going to talk Tuckman rule in some time. So now most of the project which is failing, which is because of the communication gap, because of a role not properly defined, because of priorities not properly understood, that's what is failing. It's not because of these methodologies not available. These Agile method, we are talking a long time. In 1950, we are talking iterative incremental model. In 1970, we are talking about 2 weeks iteration. If somebody sitting here with the Agile model thinking you are the latest guys, your grandfather was using Agile model. Still we are failing. Why? If this proportion is not properly defined, everything will fail. But can I spend all my life here? No. That's a problem, right? You have to handle, balance it properly. That is why you're learning the chapter called people management. Okay, forming a team. I said about a T-shaped model. That's interesting. Good. Is it sufficient? No. There is something called diversity. Diversity and inclusion. I'm sure this wording you would have heard in your office many times, at least last 3-4 years.
Yes, yes.
Huh? A lot.
Yes.
That too, this word is pa.
Yes.
Pa.
Yeah.
Pa.
Yeah.
Powerful word, huh? The moment the diversity word comes in, immediately somebody will tell, yes, sir, we have to recruit many women in the company.
Yeah.
Are?
It was a group form.
Who's it, man? We understood. We understood. Okay. Coming back here, one thing, a mistake or misconception is people take this as a very sensitive topic and keep quiet. Actually not. Human beings are here to help each other. Now, when I say diversity, it has a lot of things behind that. Cultural background, educational background, industry background, spoken language, years of experience, or could be somebody, a woman went for a maternity and she's coming back. How do we recommend her to the different roles? Are we treating them equally? Are we treating them in a different way? Diversity is a combination of different things in society. So now in diversity, they even talk about sex orientation, which is very sensitive topic. Oh, that topic, that word, oh, I'll silently watch a secret videos, but not here. That's not the message, right? You are talking leadership and management. You have to, above all, you have to be clear of what you are. Yes, you need entertainment. You need life. You have a personal things. That's okay. That should not mix here. That should not confuse you when you're in leadership seat. When you come to leadership seat, you have to be very clear enough what you're talking there. Now, when you say diversity, you have to give importance to everyone. Unfortunately, last 4 or 5 years, diversity considered as only giving women thing. Yes, it is needed. The reason is women as one of the biggest average of people who are impacted because of diversity. There's a big story behind that. Of course, we do that, but that's not the only thing. Now, how do you talk like a leader? How to bring a people? I have to have some people from top universities, IIT, or I can go for someone with a mediocre level also. I cannot tell all my IIT guys to do the job. No. Sometimes I need a person who comes from the bottommost level, who can give a creative idea, which no one can think. There are some team members who keep on talking, nothing work will happen. Now, how do you bring the diversity in the team? This is also important proportion for you. Do you agree that you should have a good proportion of people who can think, who can do, who can question? Is that right? That's important. Sometimes what happens is we are recruiting only people who can think very creative, but who will do the job? Somebody has to do the job, right? So think, do, ask questions. There should be someone will be open enough to ask questions. Let me put straight away on the table why it's happening. So that diversity system is very important in the system of forming a team. By the way, D&I is a very interesting topic. Read more about it. I have one other place to talk about. There's a topic that I'll bring more. So now the point here is D&I, even though it's a pretty interesting topic, since some leadership team does not understand it properly, it is creating a lot of confusion in many companies. This is the reason many companies have training on this. If next time training comes, without clicking next, please listen to the recording and then answer the question. Of late in the training programs, we have to answer the questions. People somehow clear the exam. All right, there's a short video here. How to treat a people. Let me play the video. Up to the things are going good. Are you following with me? What I'm talking about, the team formation? Comfortable? All right. Someone newly joined today. Are you able to follow the pronunciation or the way I'm talking here? Shriram, you're running fast, man. I can't listen. Huh? Okay. All right. All right, good. I would have said this last class also. If someone feels that my pronunciation is not clear, I am speaking not good, there is something called subtitle in Zoom, which you can enable it. You have an English language subtitle running in the below. I don't think you need it, but if you feel I'm bad, you can do that. Okay, so let's go to the video. Up, where it is. I click the wrong button. Sorry, guys. I clicked the wrong button. Yes, now I'm going to play the video. Yep, let's go.
Hi, this is Dave Pryor with another PM Problem Solver, and I've got 90 seconds to try to help you get better at managing your work. Now, whether you're following traditional practices and using the Prince2 or the PMBOK, or you've switched over to Agile and taken up Scrum or Kanban, you want to remember that all these processes are just tools, and at the end of the day, it's important to remain tool agnostic. Keep the focus on delivering as much value as you can for your customer and treating people like human beings. If you can do that, nobody's going to worry about whether or not you're Agile. Now, all projects include risk and some include more than others. In my practice of Scrum, I almost always include traditional risk management. So each week I have a risk analysis meeting and I keep a detailed risk register because I found that it goes a long way towards alleviating some of the stress that can crop up when you take away people's Gantt charts. So if it helps, don't be shy about including traditional practices in your use of Agile. It may help you avoid some of the potholes that can crop up on the way to Agile transition. Now, one of the biggest epiphanies I had in my traditional project management came about when I was learning about Agile and I started to look at burn down charts. Burn down charts are always focused on how much work is left. So we never stop to ask what % done are you? What we always ask is, given where you are right now, with what you know right now, how much work do you think you have left to do right now? This has completely transformed the way I track work on Agile projects. So don't ask people how much they're done, ask them how much they have left to do. So just to recap, you want to mix and match tools as needed. Whatever's going to work is what you need to do. Try to remain tool agnostic, keep the focus on delivering value for your customer and treating people like human beings. That's what it takes to be a master of your craft.
Do anyone like at least a point from this guy? Huh? Did you like at least 1 point out of this guy. What do you say?
Yes. Yes.
How much you completed
is it
instead
cleaning
of...
up your, does it clean up your mind that you don't need to be too much of strict on the process, too much strict on the tools? Which you think good value, go for it. Go for it. See, I just give this point most of the time in the classes. My customer looks out for what can be delivered. How it can be done is our role. Our management role is how we are going to do this. My customer is always looking for what you will deliver. And also he or she is looking for when you will deliver it. Is this true? Is your customers looking for this? What you will deliver and when you will deliver? Is this what they're doing? If they're looking on this part, how we are going to do this, you're going to call it as, I'm going to follow the, let's say I'll call us a predictive model of doing, I will do adaptive model of doing, below that, whatever model I want to say. My customer is interested. He or she is eager to see how, but that's not the only thing. For them, what you will deliver, when you will deliver, will it have a highest standard of quality? Will it meet my requirement needs? This is the focus for them. But I'm not saying don't ignore it. It's important, but don't die here. I see many people, I'm pretty good in Jira, Shri, I'm expert in Jira. I'm super good in MS project. Fantastic, man. I know he entered. That's okay. These are just tools. What do you mean by tools, Shriram? A place to store the data. A place to store the data. That's it. Don't die here. Understand what customers looking for. Understand what your team want. If you connect both the dots, all done. Of course, these tools you have to know. I'm not denying that. You have to know about it. But focus more on what customers are looking for, what they need immediately. For this, if you can bring a combination like what he mentioned here, you're agile, you're able to deliver it. That's how it is. Yeah. All right, let's go. Move on. There is a last question I'm reading here. How you do it doesn't matter to customer. You can ask from your level. Subramanian is asking me, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm going to the pizza corner. I'm ordering the pizza. They say that we'll deliver the pizza in 20 minutes. Can you please wait in the lobby? Now, will you be interested on how a pizza is getting ready or, good smell, yeah, when the pizza will come? What is your thought, Subramaniam? What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't care how it is done as long as I'm getting it in that time frame, right? I mean, I work for a product company and our customers really don't care what frameworks we use. They just, see where the value or a product is coming at the end of, the expected time.
Yep. But there is a clock here. Somebody can tell that, hey, I want to know how the pizza.
Sir, I
Yes.
can say hello.
Yeah, audible. Please go ahead.
See, I can say the how does it prepared doesn't matter, but it is matter to how it bake it. Otherwise, baking method is not correct one. Will not get proper product.
True. That's what I'm going to talk about.
I also sort of disagree because there could be some very niche projects where the stakeholders are highly involved. They are involved in testing with you, and that point they do care about how it's done.
Yeah. Let me put a point. Like we can little bit listen to this. When I say pizza, I just gave an example. Now imagine in the pizza corner, I want to know how hygienic they are doing this. So what I do, I definitely want to tell that, hey, I want to take a look of how you guys are doing that. I'll be interested to listen to that, but always my eye will be on the outcome of it. I'm not saying that you should not focus on how factor, you should, but as a project manager or a delivery manager or a program manager or a senior manager, your eye should be balanced. That's a message I want to convey. But what is happening in the market is more than balanced. I can see one-sided approach of how a tool is working, how a report is coming out, how we can make this happen like way of a systematic process. Yes, it's important. But is this process, is this systematic approach, is this a tool giving the outcome or a result on time? If you can do that, what is going to question us? If following all this thing, but no outcome is there, the customer is not getting what he or she has to get, doesn't make any sense. Okay, we'll talk more about this when you go to scope management. But for now, I understand that when you form a team, who can be diverse, who can be dynamic, who can be cross-functional, who can deliver value to the customer. where the customer focuses on what is the outcome. Some products you need a deliverable within a week, some goes years of time. But whatever it is, a process is needed, but a process should be streamlined. Too much of process also kills a system. That's a dialogue from PMI. All right, let's move a little more. Any questions so far?
Yes, Shri, just one question here. In the video that the guy mentioned about traditional risk management, I was just wondering, is there any other form of risk management that he was referring to?
We'll talk. When you go to risk management topic, we'll talk. Okay? Sure. All right, thanks. I gave a clue to everyone here.
I have a question. Sorry. Hi. At the end of the video, the person mentioned that don't ask how much is done, but ask how much is pending. That's something I'm having a question about. Could you talk a bit more about that?
We'll talk about it. Which environment you work, which model of projects you work?
I do have a combination of both the waterfall and agile, I can say, and I'm in the content industry.
Very good. Okay, you work in Agile as well. Very good, nice. And you work in the information technology?
Content industry, edtech, education technology.
Okay, nice. Very good, nice. Since you said Agile, I'm sure you heard about something called burn down, burn up. Have you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Then what you learned about burn down, burn up?
That's the amount of work that's completed and amount of work that is pending. Right. So, yeah.
Okay. So now can you relate that to what the person said now?
Yeah. So we look at both, right? At the end of the video, he had actually crossed out asking how much is completed, but ask how much is pending. I actually prefer to, personally, I prefer to ask how much is completed in the amount of time we allocate to people, because that gives an idea of if that is really a good plan that's put in place to see if that much amount of time is, required to complete whatever is done. So that's a good metric actually to understand. And then getting to how much is completed, more of a reduction. Well, one thing is it also boosts the dopamine, right? For the person who's delivering that, saying that I have completed so much, just tying it back there. So if this is not the right time to answer this question, maybe
nothing wrong. It's one of the suggestions. Doesn't mean that's the best thing they're telling, suggestion. But to answer your question, what we do here is we watch out, like if you go for a burn up and a burn down, we'll see what is the pending work there. What my pending work is, I'm keeping my team to focus on upcoming tasks, how much to do, rather chasing them what all you did. What it means is, here I'm showing trust on my team. When my team says that we have this much spending, I take it for trust at them. Yes, they would have completed this all properly. I'm talking in the senior management leadership model. I don't want to ask how many tables you cleaned or how many tables is ready. They say that 3 more tables to do. Very good, nice. 3 more tables. I'm sure you can achieve it. I'm fine with this. I don't want to question you back that, can you tell me how many tables you did? Kind of mindset change you're trying to show. That doesn't mean that you don't want to see the record. You can see the record. Nothing stops you. By that, you'll know what all happened. We call as variance analysis. Let's go to that a little later. But mindset change here is not trusting them. We are trusting them what they say. When they say this is what we have to do, fine. We are fine with this. What you say is right. So we believe them. That's a mindset. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's move. All right. Let's talk something about stakeholders. How many of you hear this word called stakeholders in your corporate? Stakeholders. Have you heard this word terminology?
Yes.
Is there any difference between stakeholders and shareholders?
Yes. Yes.
What's the difference? So spelling
all
is different.
Stakeholders are not shareholders. All shareholders are stakeholders.
Okay. Look like a good punch dialogue in the movie. Okay. All right. So the message here is, let's not get to the shareholders. Let's talk about stakeholders. What does mean by stake? A stake could be someone's positive or negative involvement in the project. I'm using the word carefully, positive, negative. In a project, we will have a set of people who are directly or indirectly going to impact the project. Now, if you see here, if you watch out here, stakeholder is an individual or a group. You can see individual, group, or organization that may affect or are affected by the project's outcome or results. Now, let's take example of your PMP training or CLA exams. You're going to go for exam in next 2 months of time or 1 month of time. Do you think a number of stakeholders can involve into that? Do you think you will have a positive or negative stakeholders? Both can be there. Possible, isn't it? So you may have someone who is going to contribute. Someone can be even against to that. Is there anyone against to your PMP plans? Oh, I have a guy, right? So the message here is, how do you name them, or how do you know them who are going to be stakeholders? How they are going to contribute for your success of the project? It depends based on you list down them, you track them, you follow with them. We're going to learn something about stakeholder management on this, understanding how we can involve the right people at the right time. To know right people at the right time, I should know first of all who are there. And that is the reason we have something called identification of stakeholders. Once you identify them, then you start doing next stages. Okay. Okay, got you, Neha. Let me show something more for you. Look at this list. Imagine there is a project here. Just an imagination, some list of names put down in the bottom here. Project managers, senior managers are there. Do you think anything peculiar here in this list of items? Don't think this is the only item. It's just an imagination. When I say stakeholders in a project, do you think anything different here?
Yes, like competitive social groups.
Competitors, yeah, that's interesting. Competitors are one. Social group is one thing, which is going to be something different. Now, how come a competitor can be a stakeholder? Do you think we can? Yeah.
A competition can actually drive the functionality of my project, for example, right? What they're doing in a way is defining how my project is being designed and executed.
Okay. So you keep them as a stakeholder in your project who can contribute, but they don't want to contribute, right? Why should they want to contribute to your project?
They can
they're being affected, so
they are
stakeholders
interested in
getting affected.
Product.
They're affected by my action.
Impacted, negatively impacted.
They can be negative stakeholder or
Yes,
positive stakeholder.
So if they come out with a product which you are planning to release, but they release it first,
Possible.
then
or let's look like this.
Simple is
benchmark. Benchmark. Imagine I'm going to come up with a new car. In India, there is a new SUV car. Last 2 years back came in. What is that model? GM, SM,
MG.
MG. Chinese company, right? Chinese company which came on. What is it? MG, you said. MG.
MG Hector.
Is it Chinese or?
Chinese.
I believe it's Chinese ownership, right? Yeah, Chinese company. Yeah, Chinese car, which is in India running very well. Soon that guys will eat the market. So now this car when came in, it's an SUV model they brought in. When they brought in the SUV model, when they developed that new car project, can they keep a benchmark of somebody in the market who can already be delivering it? I can take them as my stakeholders to understand, observe, maybe needed, we can do a competition with them so that I understand what can be the benchmark. So this benchmark could be an input for me to develop a project from there. I don't want to start from the scratch. I can start from the level where it is my competitor already doing. Could be positive, could be negative also. Could be negative marketing can happen, understand it. I just certain things are put here in the sense to make you understand that stakeholders are not always your close related people. Stakeholders can be a little far away from you. Stakeholders can be something negative to you, but still you keep a watch. In a project, we keep a watch of how these stakeholders can impact your system. That's the reason we have stakeholders. Now then, what is a social group? Social group could be a community. Imagine in Bangalore, they're coming up with a big highway. They want to cut down a lot of trees. Now, what happened? A big procession happened in India. I'm not talking now, maybe 1 or 2 years back. Big procession in India telling that no, we don't allow people to cut the trees. Now, do this a social group made a big impact on the project? Do they made the project to be suspended? Does it happen? Now, why we have to watch out this? Why we have to watch out this? The reason is when you do a project management, we should know the stakeholders. But Shriram, I'm working in a company. I don't have a competitor. I don't have a social group. May not. But the message here is a stakeholder is a set of people or organization who are directly or indirectly involved in your project. who can be interested on a project outcome. So you keep a watch of how this is going to happen. Now, for some of you who don't even know what is a stakeholders, first you have to understand, let's put a big bubble here, okay? And this bubble I'll call as a stakeholders. Who can be here? Let's take your PMP exams. In PMP exams, will you write all the names in the list of stakeholders? Can you tell me some names who all can be stakeholder for the PMP exams?
ShriRam.
ShriRam.
Family.
Testing centers.
Internet service provider.
Okay.
Internet service provider.
Zoom.
Electrical.
Even books and vendors.
No one is telling your family members, yeah?
Even family, that's
Family
what I
members,
said.
yes.
Even family, having
Organization.
the time to study, giving that.
Okay, organization, approval system, or many, right? It could be individual or it could be an organization. If you say that, it is a bunch of things are coming in. In this bunch of things, now there is a core team inside this which helps you to go for the examination. Which is this core team? Will this be ShriLearning team? Will this be Rahul come inside? Will Rahul follow here or Rahul follow outside?
Inside.
Project management team.
Inside.
Okay. First understand, stakeholder is a big bubble. Now, when you say stakeholder is a big bubble, it has a full set of people who all can involve into that. In this big bubble, there is a small bubble which is called as a team. The team is a core engineers, a core people who directly work on the project. Do you all have something in your office? If you work in your office, I am sure you should have this, at least a visual of a big bubble and small bubble. A small bubble is a set of people whom you work day to day for a project. A big bubble is people who are outside of your bubble, but they keep contributing to your project. Do you all have this? In this room, 99.9% or 100% should have. If you don't have, it means you're not in a company. If you're not in a company, still it is okay. In your home, when you do something, you would have something like this, where you have a set of people who directly contribute. Some of them would be indirectly contributing. Is this correct? Is this what your company is doing? Is it what happening for you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see this picture now. Now look at this picture. In this picture, you'll see some more information. You can see a bunch of people like a project managers, project team members, private public partnership managers. This is something for public sector. Resource managers, sponsors, governing bodies, steering committee. I'll explain this later. PMO, stakeholders, suppliers, customers, end users. Is there any difference between supplier, customer, end user? Shriram, all look same, Shriram, for me. All look like client. Do you feel like this? Some will think this is also client. Stakeholder is a big bubble. If somebody is not aware of it, note down in a paper. Stakeholder is a big bubble. So when you say supplier could be third-party vendor who is giving some supplies to you. Customer could be somebody who is taking from you. Customer is different, end user is different. Is that right? Agriculture is getting a farm, the tomatoes and carrot is getting ready in the farmland. When this is getting ready in the farmland, they are not directly giving to you. It comes to the middle vendor. From middle vendor, it comes to you. A customer for the farmer could be a middleman who gets all the vegetables from them, bring to the market. The next day morning, you get it end user. So end user could be someone, customer could be someone. I don't want to go so deeper beyond this because this is all basics for you. You should know about it when you're working in a company. So message here is a stakeholder could be a collection of people, collection of organization who support your project to move forward. Now, handling them is a efficient way of doing things. How do you do this? For that, we have something called stakeholder register. Now, this is a page which is in your PMBOK book. Did I show this page detail last time in the class?
Oh, sure.
I have to show this.
Yes, you showed
that
it.
is fine.
Yes.
I showed it.
Yes, you are showing this.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, benefit of all. If you open the PMBOK 6th edition book, go to some pages, you will flip the page, you will get it. What you can see here is there will be something called list of plans. There is something called list of documents. Now, what do you have to do here? Documents will be a bunch of documents. Plans will be all. Don't try to learn all at one shot. But the message here is, whenever I bring up a document, I'll show you there is one document here. We'll explain it. Then anything on the plan, I'll explain it. Now, this book was printed or came to the market in 2017, where PMI, PMP exam does not have too much of Agile. They are more focusing on predictive model of exam. In 2021 January, they started predictive plus adaptive plus hybrid. So now what you see here will have more flavor of predictive. The documents, what you see here. Some of the documents also used in a hybrid, but very less proportion. However, it is your exam currently has a predictive, adaptive, hybrid. So you have to learn all. Since you want to learn all, you should know what all the documents exist here. Some of the documents are used in all the model of project. Some of the documents are not at all used. But for the benefit of us, we have to read it. Now, I will bring up this page every time I bring some document. I'll explain what this document is all about. But PMI never asks how this document got created. PMI never asks which document is the first, which document is second. They never ask this. They will ask the usage of this document as a stakeholder register, how it will get used in a situational based questions. So we'll talk more about it. I gave a clue this information because you should know there is a page like this and it has all this information in your book. Can I assume that you all have a PMBOK 6th edition? You have it with you?
Yes.
Yes. What about Agile?
How big the book is?
600 pages.
700 pages? Okay. All right. Let's go. I heard one voice. What about Agile? Do you think Agile as a document or without document you work in Agile?
Document.
Which document is that? You're working in Agile environment?
No.
Okay. Keep the suspense with you. I'll come to that subject. When I come, I'll explain to you.
Yep.
Keep it as it is with you. Okay.
It's not a document.
Okay, now let's move on. I'm sorry?
It's not a document. Agile is not a document.
No, he's asking in Agile, we have a document. It's not about
Okay.
Agile is a document.
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on. So stakeholder register. We keep on talking about people, team, stakeholders. Now let's imagine or look into the place. How do they collect it? A register. A register means a document which will collect the list of people. Imagine you're going to a library nearby. You're going to the gym nearby. They have a register in the entrance. Have you all seen that? You have to put a signature while you enter in, while you come out.
Yes.
The reason is you spend time there in the library. The library, Shriram, I never went in my life, man. Even the rain comes, I never settle in library. Anyone like that? Huh, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Even a heavy rain comes, video library I will go. Come on, man. Okay. Now, talking about this register is nothing but a collection of names. What is a collection of names? Could be individual, could be organization, who are going to contribute or contribute, both. Now, if that is the case, when I have to prepare a register, I have to prepare a register from the day one of my project, isn't it? From
Correct.
day one of a project, I can keep on writing who all can be inside my system. Some I can predict, some I don't know. If I ask you, PMP, do you know who will be the person on the day of your exam? You will say, I don't know. First of all, I don't even know when I'm going to take the exam. On top of that, on the exam date, who is going to be my instructor? I don't know. I'm not aware of it right now. That's
Correct.
okay. But are you aware that one of your stakeholders is ShriLearning? Yes, I'm aware. Are you aware that PMI Institute is a stakeholder? Yes, I'm aware.
Yes.
Are you aware that Shriram is going to be a trainer? Yes, I'm aware. So now certain things which you are aware of it, those all things come into the list of items. Some of the things which you can predict, you can write down. Some of things can be lessons learned. What is lessons learned? A company will have something called lessons learned document where they write down, these are the projects happened in the last 2-3 years. In this is a list of people who contributed. I can take some from lessons learned also. Is it possible? Is your company doing like this? Possible,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You could pull out some information from the lessons learned and put it in the list. So you have a list of things which happening. Now, the message is not collecting the list. Collecting list can be done. Imagine you have metro construction. Sorry, guys, shall I mute most of you? Are the background sounds? Keep getting background sound. Huh? Will you be happy muting all? All right. Benefit of all, I muted everyone. So don't feel bad. You can use chat box or something. I'll unmute when a question comes in. So now what is happening is a list is getting ready. What is mean by list is getting ready means list of people at this point of time. Imagine a metro construction work is going to happen. A metro construction work, number of stakeholders will be there. What will be the number? Give me approximation number. Let's see. For a metro construction work in Mumbai, which is going to be a 20-kilometer stretch metro construction work, how many stakeholders are involved? When I say stakeholders, government authorities, local approval system, or public can be there, or could be of central government, state government, tahsildars, and construction laborers, L&T. Do you think the list will go more than 100 or less than that? What is your thought? Hundreds, sometimes even 1,000, possible. It will be huge, right? Very big list. Now the message here is, when I have such a big list, how do I organize it? That's a big thing. When I say organize it, I have to put in an order. Why I have to put in an order, Shriram? You're questioning me, why I have to put an order? When I say all our people are there, everyone is important to me. Everyone is important, but do you have all the time to talk to everyone at every situation? Can you do that? I think not possible, right? It's highly tough. You cannot focus with everyone. Imagine I'm doing classes of 100+ people on every week. Do you think my WhatsApp will be quiet or be very busy? Or Rahul's WhatsApp will be busy or quiet? Like how you questioned Rahul, same way, same time, 300 people will be questioning. Isn't it? How many of you here questioned a lot of things with Rahul? Rahul replied patiently, calmly to you all. Did he reply? You know this answer already, but still answer, Rahul, what is this, man? Tomorrow morning sunrise will happen or not? Rahul will tell, yes, sir, sunrise will happen. He'll be, wow, that's a good answer. There are people. There are people who know, but still, you know that you can't confirm it, double confirm it, right? People do that answers. Now the message here is the same way everyone wants the time. So ShriLearning, if you're conducting 100+ people batch is going on, people keep on messaging me. If I'm going to reply everyone, will I be able to take a class with you right now? But now I have to prioritize. What do you mean by prioritizing? I should know when I have to spend time to when. So today I'm spending time with you 4 hours. After this 4 hours, maybe I can spend another 30 minutes, not beyond that, because I have to spend time with the other person who is going for exam tomorrow. Now the message here is, how do you prioritize people? To prioritize people and their importance, what do you have to know? First, you have to know the list of people. Once you know the list of people, do I need to group them? Do I need to group them? The answer is yes. How do you group them? You group them by their power and interest, or power and influence, or power, legitimacy, urgency. Just a name tag. What do we name tag? Name tag is just to tell what kind of people they are, only for grouping purpose. Sometimes you know that the university says that people more than only 99.9 marks can apply. After some time, okay, people above 95% can apply. Why they do this? To streamline it. They don't want everyone to fight for it. So now it is going to be something like a list of people available and grouping them. Why we have to group them? If you watch out here, someone has a high interest on the project. Someone has a high power in a project. Now the person is a high in power, high in interest to the project. Do I need to spend more time with this person? Or somebody has a low in power and low in interest, will I spend time here? Whom you will spend more time? Whom you will spend more time? High power, high interest, or low power, low interest? You will tell, oh my God, I will spend more time with the high power, high interest. Now you can question me, when a high power, high interest is a very important person, then why we have this guys, Shriram? Can we kill them? Why don't we give poison to them and kill them? You feel like that? Okay, if that is the case, I'll let you know. Beginning of the project, there is something called quality department in every company. Do you think quality department starts involving on the first day of the project, or after a period of time, their involvement starts getting more higher and higher? What is your thought? Possible? They may start getting more importance day by day. That too, when it comes to final approval system, they come in front of you. So now a person who is low power, low interest in the beginning of the project can turn into high power, high interest. Is it possible? Highly possible, right? It's possible. It's going to happen. But Shriram, is this only for predictive nature of project? Even adaptive, it works. Don't think adaptive nature comes from the sky. It's not the same place. Only the planning system changes, the way of delivery changes. If not, most of the stories are like this. When you know the people whom you have to involve where, chances are you will spend the time with the right people at the right place. Now, there is an architect. An architect is very much interested on your project, but unfortunately, low power for this guy. Now, what you do? You spend time with them on a level. See, these are the wordings just given for you to understand how to deal with them. Don't think literally active consultant, active consultant. Don't memorize it. Regularly engage, regularly engage. Shriram, every time morning, reading, regularly engage, regularly engage. That's not the way. It is just to make you to understand what this actually means. There you stop. But what your brain has to think is, when I have a group of 2,000 people, imagine I have 2,000 stakeholders with me. I will put maybe 500 people here. Maybe 600 people come here, maybe 400 people here, maybe 500 people here. I may spend time with these guys. This is how your Outlook is. Do you all have Outlook in your office, email box or Gmail box? In the Outlook box, what do you do? In a day, when you open the mail box, you have 34 emails. Will you spend time with the 34 emails? All the emails fully, you will read it? I assume you will read top 4 or 5 emails came from these guys. You do that? 30 emails, yeah, you have it. You will read later also. But that 4 emails came from these guys are very important. I'm sure you're doing this every morning. If you're doing every day morning, that is nothing but analysis of stakeholder. But they're asking this to do professionally, officially in a big companies, big projects. The reason is, if you don't do this properly, chances are you may miss some key people. On middle of the project, this key person will come and tell, I want this requirement to be changed. Then you say, oh my goodness, I didn't see you, man. You are there. Yeah, I'm here. No one has reached out to me. How do I tell my requirement? Problem arises. There is something called salience model. That is again another way of grouping. This is used when the project size is so huge. More number of people are there. So they start using some model. I will not try to go every one thing detail here, not needed for exam. Understand that there is something called grouping called power model, legitimacy, urgency. Legitimacy means by your role, by your position. Urgency, the need and demand. Power comes out of your, again, position level. Now, by this 3 segments, you start to put a grouping of people, whom I have to handle, how we have to handle. Now, don't worry too much about the terms here. Worry about a stakeholder register should be there. And this register will have a list of people. And this list of people whom you have to spend on the right time. That awareness, if you have, that is what the exam question is all about. Let me ask you this question. Anyone in this room who already managed stakeholder management in your corporate? You're doing it? There are some people saying, yes, they're doing it. Good to see. Good to see you're doing that. Is it giving any benefit if you do that? I'm not telling you, I'm not asking that you do this implicitly. When I say implicitly, Shriram, I keep in my back of my memory. I want to talk to John. I want to talk to Ramesh. This is the way. No. Officially, are you following proper things systematically? Because sometime if you don't follow this, a very high chance we miss the people whom we have to talk to them. If you don't do this, if you really want to take one takeaway from Monday in your office, first start working with the stakeholder register. You work in any model of project. Don't think the one wrong belief from people coming from Agile background. Agile background, they sometimes think they're very trendy, millennial kids. And they think we don't do anything. We just go to office, do stand-up meeting, scrum meeting, come home. That project also needs a proper way of handling. If you do that, it's good. If small project, fine, you can handle it by memory. But the project says go bigger and bigger. You need a proper list of people, who they are involving, why they are involving. We have to prepare something called RACI. I'll show that RACI matrix, how a RACI matrix will help. So these are very systematic approach, which will make your project fall under top 25%. What is top 25%? What is top 25%? Successful project. Because some of them really discuss, argue a lot. When I ask them the question, you're telling that you're not using it, still you're working. Do you or are you aware your project is successful? First, they're not aware of it. If they're aware, they don't know whether it is success or failure. Now, maybe success also can be there, but I don't want to take a risk with my company because I don't follow this, my company is failing, right? Rather, if you follow it, chances of success are very high. PMI does not tell that if you follow this, 100% successful. They're telling that we have read through all the books in 200 countries. Some of the good winning projects are doing this. You can also try this. Did I put in the right way? Did I put it the right way? PMI does not tell that 100%. No, they say that good companies, good projects are following this. Why don't you do this? It's something like somebody going to the gym and doing exercise properly, systematically, keeping the body fit and good. Let me also try that. That is what you're going to do. Okay, let's come back. When I say stakeholder is a list of people, I say some proportion. What are the things I said? How do you group it? 3 things I said for grouping. If you write down in a paper, did you write down a paper? Power, interest. Other one is power, influence. Power, interest. Other one is power, influence. What is the other one? Benefit of all, I'll go back again. Power, interest, power, influence. What is the other one? It's called salience model. If not heard about it, it's called salience model. What is a salience model? In salience model, you group by their power, legitimacy, urgency. It's called salience model. This is one of your writing habit. In writing habit, I made you to write because you should know there is something called grouping system. I am not more interested. You will mug it up this word. You will mug it up, not needed. You should know we are grouping it so that I can tackle them effectively. Got this message now? I'm grouping it so I'll tackle them effectively. There it stops, not mugging the words here. Hope you're getting it? All right. Getting a message, my internet is unstable. Do anyone feel the voice lag? Anyone have trouble? Now it's better. Now it's better. All right, good. I think it was a little down and came back again. Okay. Okay, now it's better, I believe, isn't it? Still, if he says still, let me check it again. Boop, boop. I found internet was giving a message to me. I'm seeing my internet supply has come up well, but little lag is there. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. We'll do one thing. The signal problem is there. What I do, let me put it, reset it again. All right, guys, I'm resetting the signal now so that things will be better. Give me 3 minutes time. I'll come back again. Internet is not in. All right, guys. Hope you're hearing me right now. I should be good audible. You got me. Yeah. All right. Do you see some risk management is there in project? You have some risk beyond your reach. Internet going off. Internet in trouble. All right. So now you know the importance of internet provider as a stakeholder. Today, when you talk about stakeholder, maybe we missed to talk about this guy, internet provider. They said, hey, we are there, man. You guys have to remember us. Now you remember them. Oh, yeah, I remember you. All right. Still, I'm seeing internet is not really good. I'm seeing some fluctuation is there. Probably it'll get reset in some time. So let's keep moving as I don't want to stop here. For now, I assume you are hearing me properly. Okay, that's good. All right, let's keep moving. Let's not hold here. We have a break in another 20 minutes. Until then, we'll keep going on. All right, very good. Nice. What you observed now is a grouping methodology. I don't want to dig too much into that. That is not the main aim of this explanation. Main aim of explanation is how does the stakeholder grouping is happening. I think you learn two things, power interest, power influence, and you learn something about salience model. Spend time to read in the book to understand how the grouping is happening. I don't think you need a lot of knowledge. You need a very basic knowledge in a paper sheet, who is important, who is unimportant. That is what you do in your mobile number, right? You have a mobile number. How many mobile numbers are there in mobile? Maybe 100, 200, 300. How many mobile numbers you have in your mobile address book? 700. Okay. Do you need a special technique for grouping? Who is important, unimportant? You do that, or basically you know by your knowledge, right? So when you talk about what it is, who is important, who is unimportant, yeah, you get an idea about it, isn't it? That's a point here. All right, still I'm seeing some people are asking the question again. I'm seeing the same question repeating again. Okay, for the people who don't get it, if you missed to follow, please at least observe right now. I've given a clue that there are people who are high in power, high in interest. Okay, who can be high in power, high in interest in a project? Can we say a CEO can be high in power, high in interest? Or a project manager can be high in power, high in interest? Who will be high in power, high in interest? Maybe a project manager. Maybe your customer, your client can be there. Can be high in power, high in interest. What do you mean by high in power, high in interest? They want the project to be very successful. Some will be high in power, whereas low in interest. Who can be high in power, low in interest? Can I say a CEO of a company can be high in power but low in interest? Shriram, how come this guy will be low in interest? Of course, right? A company CEO will have now hundreds of projects running. He or she cannot give interest to everything, but can show power. When they don't want, they can suspend the project anytime. I gave a clue about the quality team manager here. I gave a clue about the architect here, isn't it? So now the message here is, this is a grouping. Again, I'm repeating. This is just a grouping model. Don't try too much into that. I know I'm kind of repeating the words again. Don't do too much into this. It's just a way of understanding how to group a register. If you have hundreds of people, whom I have to give focus to them. But is this register, this grouping will stay the same, or over a project time it keep on changing? The same person who is low in power can go to high in power. Is it possible? It's highly possible, right? It's possible. Same goes by the next segment of power, legitimate urgency. Now the message here is grouping is making you to realize whom you have to focus. But that's not the only thing. You have to focus more. Let's move. Okay, now we have something called stakeholder assessment. When I say assessment matrix or engagement assessment matrix, now you have to know the people whom you know in the project, who is going to work in a project. When I'm doing this, I'll ask this question because some of them are still in the very base level. By the way you're asking question, I can understand. Maybe you missed to listen something. Do you remember this bigger bubble and small bubble? What is bigger bubble? Can I say stakeholders as bigger bubble? Did you observe that? Stakeholders could be anyone in the project. Every member in the project can be here. I'm specifically asking the people who put a very basic question who didn't get the point. If you feel that stakeholders, all the people in this, yeah, you're good. Nice. In this, there is a smaller bubble, which is called as your team members. Possible. The people who was going to work on a code. Did you get this clearly? It's for everyone asking, did you get this first point clearly? If you don't get this, what I'm telling, again, half an hour back, we'll come back to the same question. So are we getting this point clearly? Stakeholders, a bigger bubble, a lot of people in this team. Now, if I give a paper, in the paper, I have 100 names in this. As a common human being working in your own project, will you be able to divide them? Who is the stakeholders or the bigger bubble? Who is a team members? Can you do that? At least you'll put a tick mark. Will you do that? Okay. When you do this, when I say who is having more power in your project, more interest in the project, by your knowledge, by the knowledge from other people in a team, can you put a group of people who is powerful, who is interested in the project? But Shriram, I don't know exactly how much power they have. I don't want you to do that. We're not measuring here, going to give an award to them. We're not going to give a special award. You are a high power, high interest guy, $5,000 to you. It's only for your understanding purpose, right? So this is what I expect in project management. Now comes the next stage, assessment. The assessment here is talking about what kind of awareness they have in a project. What do you mean by awareness? They talk about a person is unaware of certain things in the project. There are people who are resistant to change in the project. There are people very neutral on anything what happens. Neither support it, just keep quiet. There are people very supportive in project. There are some people very leading in project. It could be beginning, middle, end of a project. Now, the question is, how many people are in this stage? Now, I want to know that there is a stakeholder. What is this person level? Is this person unaware, nothing known about the project? Is this person resistant? Is this person neutral? Is this person going to support the project? Is this person going to lead my project? Why I should know this? The reason is, when I know, so that I can make this person in this position to this position. By the way, what is C? What is D? C stands for current, D stands for desired. Can you write down? C stands for current, D stands for desired. A person currently stays here and a desired position is here. Now, you take an example, your PMP exam. Do you have anyone in your project of PMP who is unaware of your PMP plans? And you're thinking in your mind, I have to make this person supportive. Someone is there, your family, your office, your friend, your colleague, someone is there, should be there, or will come there in future, not even today, in future, it's possible. So the message is, you're trying to see if someone is currently in unaware, how can I make them as a supportive? Now, how do you do this? Let me put a back question here. You put a stakeholder register, you found this person is unaware. Now you want to make it supportive. What action you will take here? Will you talk to them, educate them, give them explanation about what is PMP, how can I go for it? Will you communicate it effectively? Now I'm using the word effective communication. If I know this person is unaware, I'm going to spend time with this person and communicate, educate, train, so that this person can become a supportive person. Now, do you think it makes sense to have a stakeholder register? In the register, I can know who is the power interest. From the power interest, further I can see who is unaware, aware, and I can spend time with them. Do you think your 20 minutes of time will be spent with the right person at the right time? Is it happening here? Rather, randomly, I want to talk with somebody in my team. Now you take a minute or few seconds and think how many times you sit in a meeting room where they're talking something which is not at all related to you. You feel, why the hell I'm sitting here? Have you ever felt this in the last 6 months or 1 year? Most of the meeting like that, Shriram. Sometimes we don't know why we sit here, because the wrong people are sitting in the wrong place. Imagine if a right person is communicated at the right time, do you think there's a 75% of a failure can be converted into 75% of success? Failure to success possible? Do you think it's possible? It is possible. On the books of management says that a communication gap starts from first not understanding who is stakeholder. That's very important point. For this, do we need a great science, Shriram? No. Do we need a special tool? Nothing. Do we need a Jira board, MS project, Rally, Excel sheet? Nothing. Even a white paper can do this. But if you have a tool, it is easy to maintain because you don't need to rewrite it again. Whatever I said so far, can you do with any even Excel sheet? Possible to do that? It is not about the tools. It's about the mindset of how you think. PMI is not interested on the tools. They don't ask you, will you use Excel sheet? Will you use a Jira board? Will you use MS? No, they won't ask it. They want to see, are you thinking that if a stakeholder not properly handle your project will fail? Are you understanding this properly? That is what PMI is looking for. So don't struggle hard here in this place. How will you do this? No, you can use Excel. Whiteboard is enough. Your PMP certification, a whiteboard is enough. 8 people will come. In this 8 people, who is unaware, aware, who is important, not important, how to handle them. Enough. Bigger the project, bigger the system you need. That's it. Yeah. Are you with me so far? Bulb is glowing there. Okay. If you're with me, let's talk something more about RACI. I'm sure in this room, many of you would have heard this term, right? RACI. Or one more term, RASI, or support. Well, ideally, this is called as a responsibility assignment matrix, RAM. Now, usually we see this document coming up when 2 companies signing a contract or 2 teams going to work together or a bunch of people working together. It's called responsibility assignment. One of the reasons for project conflicts is not understanding each other's responsibility properly. I will step into some other person's work. That person will get into my work. Have you seen these kind of problems in corporates? And many companies say that this kind of clashing with the responsibilities, clashing with the priorities, create conflict in the company. First of all, do you think conflicts there in the companies? We have conflicts. Ooh, a lot of conflicts, a lot of conflicts, right? So conflicts can create a trouble in project. Conflicts can create friction. Friction can create people unhappiness. Transparency goes down. Trust level starts dropping down. So when you know the role, who has to play what, things gets better. I'm not telling super good answer, but it gets better. For this reason, when 2 companies signing a contract, I took an example other day. I put 2 examples here, right? I said one is a government giving a bridge construction project to L&T. I gave another example. American Express wanted to digitalize. They're giving a contract to Infosys, some IT company. Okay, when both these projects are happening, I took only 2 models here. Now, what will happen is government will issue their RACI. They'll issue their RACI chart. What they mean is they will tell who is accountable for planning, who will be responsible for planning. I'll give a couple of more names for responsibility. RACI stands for responsible, accountable. What are the other ones? Responsible, accountable. C is for what? Consulted. I is for informed. So if I have an architect as specialist, I can consult with them. I can inform somebody, newcomers, or maybe my senior management. Yeah. So now government will issue a sheet with L&T telling that this is my RACI. What is yours? L&T will issue their RACI. When you combine both, these are the people going to be responsible, accountable things. Now in this room, somebody may ask a question. What is the difference between responsible, accountable? Do anyone feel both are looking same words? Responsible, accountable look same? Hey, and both are same, man. If you feel like that, both has its own difference. If you see here in this line, you will get only one person accountable, many are responsible. How it is? Let's understand from our terminology. Keeping the city clean. Whose accountability is that? Who takes accountability of sitting your city, town clean? Clean in the sense, no garbage, sewage system. Who has to take accountability? You will tell it is an accountability of the municipality or a corporation, isn't it? Municipality, corporation, panchayat, they take the accountability. Now, whose responsibility is that to keep the place out of trash, clean? It's every individual, isn't it? So now, when you say responsibility, more than one person can contribute there. When you take accountability, some person takes a charge of that things are happening. Now, do you think this RACI will exist same from beginning till end of the project, or it can be updated? What is your thought? It'll be updated, isn't it? Things can change. A person accountable can turn into responsible can turn this part. Now, why I have to do this? The reason is somebody's position can change. Somebody's interest on the project can change. Now recall what you learned. Did you learn something about power and interest? You learned about power interest, power influence, salience for grouping. Then you learn something about somebody who talk about unawareness, awareness, from the current to desired. You learn that. Now you're coming to the place called RACI. You see how to put the people. Now, when you say register, when you say assessment, when you say RACI, are we trying to help everyone in this list? Am I helping bigger bubble and small bubble? Both are being helped here. Most of the time I see RACI is used in this place. Most of the time. Of course, some places in stakeholders happens. How many of you agree that many times RACI is used for the team which is work on the core? Do you feel this happens for them? RACI? At least in some places, team, the core, they fall into the RACI. Most of them, not always. Sometimes you can go outside also. But the main project working team get into RACI because they are the one accountable, responsible. Sometimes I can have accountability here also. My CEO can be accountable, isn't it? My architect can be accountable here, right? Possible, sometimes can happen, but more or less this is for these guys. Now you get a clue that stakeholder register is a document which is getting updated from day one till last day of the project. It can have a number of people or organization add, remove. And also it can have a list of people grouping, like in your mobile phone, you have who is important, who is unimportant, right? Also, I know some people are aware and unaware. I'm trying to align them properly. It's a kind of a game. Do you feel stakeholder register handling is like a game? Who, here, there, you keep handling it. Why? The reason is I have to spend the time with the right person, right time. That's the only end goal. For this end goal, I'm keep aligning things. This is what you do, right? Now the classes are going on. Somebody is calling your mobile phone. Will you pick the phone right now? Maybe the class is boring, you'll pick the phone. If not, you will tell, I have another meeting, I can talk to you later. The reason is they don't fall inside your stakeholder of PMP. They're outside of your stakeholder of PMP. You feel that you can't spend time with them right now because you're busy in the project. You tell that this stakeholder can be handled later. Who is low in power, low in interest in your project? Is it right? If a friend is calling right now, they may be low in power, low in interest. What do you mean by low in power? You cut the call. Low in power. Low in interest. They don't have any interest on your project right now. For them, they want to check with you, when is India-Pakistan next match? That's not the interest for you right now. Your interest is different. Now, the message here is like this we do for the bigger projects grouping. And this is considered as very important document analysis. I'll play a short video now. If somebody still don't get what is, oh man, I didn't get still really what is RACI, I'll show what is RACI quickly. We'll come back. Man, boss is calling you. I believe, Abhishek, when you say boss, it's not your central government. If it is central government, please pick up the call. You won't get dinner. Be watchful.
A RACI matrix is a simple, effective way to define and document project roles and responsibilities. Using one will significantly improve your chances of project success. The acronym RACI stands for the 4 roles that stakeholders might play in any project. The people who do the work are responsible. This includes anyone who must complete a task or make a decision. Several people can be jointly responsible. The person who must sign off or approve when the task, objective, or decision is complete is accountable. Only one person can be accountable, which means that the buck stops there. Anyone who needs to give input before the work can be done and signed off on is consulted. These are active participants who are in the loop. Anyone who needs upgrades on progress or decisions is informed. These are people who don't need to be formally consulted, nor do they contribute directly to the task or decision. To create a RACI matrix, you first identify all the tasks involved in delivering the project and list them on the left-hand side of the chart in the order they need to be completed. Next, identify all the project stakeholders and list them along the top of the chart. Then fill in the cells of the model, identifying who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. The final step in creating your RACI matrix is to share it with your stakeholders, resolve any conflicts or ambiguities, and get agreement. For each stakeholder, ask these 3 questions. Does one stakeholder have too much of the project assigned to them? Does the stakeholder need to be involved in so many of the activities? Can responsible be changed to consulted, or consulted changed to informed? Does each stakeholder totally agree with the role that they are specified to play? When such agreement is achieved, that should be included in the project's charter and documentation. For each task, look at these 7 red flags. At least one person needs to be doing the work in each step. Having too many people doing the work for each step can slow progress. There must be one person accountable for every step of the project. The buck stops with this person. Having multiple people accountable for a step invites slow and contentious decision-making. Look carefully. Do all of the stakeholders involved in each step really need to be involved? Are there justifiable benefits for involving them? Too many C's really slows down a project. Do all stakeholders need to be routinely consulted, or can they be kept informed? Determining whether all stakeholders are included can be challenging because it is an error of omission. This is often best addressed by a steering committee or management team. Taking the time to do this analysis delivers the real benefit of the RACI model. It will expose problems with the structure of the project management process before they derail your project.
Some of you should have got a clue right now. This is already happening in your company. In your role, you may be accountable, you may be responsible. Do you feel that? It is not written in a paper. For information, it's not written in a paper. But you're doing this already, isn't it? You do that, like you are accountable sometime, you are responsible sometime, or sometimes somebody is consulting you. They take you only for your consultation purpose. They reach you for, hey, can you give me some details on this? Sometimes getting informed. For information, the RACI, physically, you don't have that. You don't have that. But it is happening because people keep in their mind. It's good. That's okay. Document is not a must. What if you have more number of people? What if conflicts is high in your company? Now, do you think a proper documentation helps? Will it be good? Do you think it helps? I think it's good, right? When a conflict starts rising up in the team, see, if mutually everyone agree, they feel good, I don't think you have to worry about it. But what if the conflicts are going high and people are not happy with one another? People don't know what to do with each other. Then chances are you may try to keep something like this, which helps them. But again, when to create this? This is created in the beginning of the project or updated very frequently to see who can play the role. But will I see this every day, how things are working? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. For example, if you talk about Agile, in Agile, we have a team which is called cross-functional. When you say cross-functional, they don't have to really worry about who has to do what. It's a collective team. There, they don't put a responsibility matrix like this to tell that, hey guys, you will do this, I will do this. No, not like that. It's all about who's available. If I'm available, I will do it. If I'm there to do some task, I will pick up a task which I can do. I will take accountability. Someone take responsibility. Next time the person take accountability, other person takes a responsibility. And this is called knowledge workers. I give a clue about knowledge workers. Knowledge workers are people who know what to do. For them, you don't need to put a sheet like this. But for the project level, chances are you have to put. Somebody should be accountable. Somebody should be responsible for answering the customer. So don't try to mix it with various things, but understand that RACI matrix is used to understand as a role, somebody can take a charge of it, needed places. Sometimes team knows by their mind what to be done. That is no need to force them. They know what to do. All right, it's time to give a break here. Before going for the break, there should be some question so far what we discussed. Let's listen a couple of questions, then we go for a break. Let's go for some questions. Do you have any questions here? Yep.
I typed my question in the chat box. So if consulted and informed are part of RACI, then is it possible that the RACI matrix have people from the bigger stakeholder bubble than rather just the team? So it's like a mixture of people from the stakeholders that we.
I think I gave a clue a few minutes back. You can even go for a outside your inner bubble. Inner bubble, outer bubble is just a group thing. So it'll be easy for you. For example, imagine there is an enterprise level architect. Your company level architect is here. When my team is discussing something, I may need to consult them, isn't it? I have to consult them how this design will work. So the message is you no need to say that. Only the inner bubble will have a RACI matrix. Need basis, you will touch base with people who can give you information. That's a message here. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
Do we perform this RACI matrix every time at a new start of the new project? Or like things are
every time
already
start of what? Start of what?
Every project, every new project. When we take new project in the organizations, every time we define this RACI.
Yes, at least I have seen something like this. When the contract is getting signature between both the party, when the contract is happening, I have seen client send this. It may be agile, non-agile, whatever model of project it is. They will send a list that these are the people whom we consider as an accountable responsible from my side. From your side, can you please tell a list of people? It's something like introducing each other, right? If a cricket match is going to happen, captain says, I'm the captain, the vice captain, those are the wicket keeper. You are telling who is going to do what, but they'll cross play also, they'll do this. But whom I have to reach? Tomorrow morning, I have to talk to someone about the requirement. Whom I have to talk? I should know the list of people, right? For that reason, they have this list. It's going to be there. Perfect.
But the stakeholders,
any more questions?
But the stakeholders is going to change time to time, right?
Yeah, you can update the sheet.
So we need to keep updating that. Okay.
Of course. Of course, you can't put it in a stone at one time and tell, hey, that's a list of people. Some will go out, some will come in. See, I gave a clue that stakeholder register is a running document from the first day of the project to the last day. So some will be added, removed, updated, power will go up, power will come up. So you keep on upgrading. Based on that, RACI also will have impact. All right. Shall we go for a break?
Yes, one quick question, Shri. Sorry, knowledge worker is a white collar worker, right? It was referred to in the very beginning of this session.
Many don't like this word white collar, blue collar. It all came from this military and British ruling. People don't like it actually. But knowledge worker, no need to be a collar based. Rather, I'll tell that a knowledge based because they can think on their own once a vision and goal has been given to them. They can do on their own job. It means which they use mostly of a brain thought process on working, rather using more physical labor. That's a message.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Shri, I'm sorry.
Word.
One last question is very good for a break. So you said there's a difference between high power and high influence. I saw in the slide you have two different categories in there. So when I look at it, to me, they seem to be very one influences the other. So like if I have very high power, then I'm also high influence, right?
Not necessarily, right? When you say a person with a high power, they can have influence. That's what your thought. For example, a CEO is there who is high in power, but not necessarily they can influence on some technical thought process. Influencing means you can give some suggestions and ideas, thought process, where you can influence your first thought, where you inject your second thought. But when a person technically not sound or technically not involved, you can't influence somebody just like that. Power can help you to some level. So it depends on how combination works, right? Influence is not always because of the power. Influence can happen by knowledge also.
Sure. Yep. But that's not how I've always seen it. Sorry, but it's almost like almost all the time. If they have high power, they're very influential and vice versa. That's how in real world it is.
Yes, it happens. But if they meet the right candidate in front of them, you can't influence him. And they will be like, you may be a CEO, so what? Are you aware of this program? They'll say, then keep quiet, listen what I'm saying. So you can't overtake this, at least young generation, you can't do that. They will tell, come on guys. That's how it is. But still, your point is valuable. In some places, it's overtook by power. But again, influence means goes by your knowledge also. Expert power also comes in.
Maybe
right,
one more
let's
short
get for
question,
the
just a connected topic.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe this RACI matrix used to keep inside this stakeholder register, or it's a separate document?
It's a separate document. You don't know what to put here. See, stakeholder register is a running document which I have to maintain all the time in my project from the beginning till the end, which is including people getting in, going out. Whereas RACI is kept for mostly the core team who closely work with the project, mostly. So that I should have some people who are accountable, responsible. I don't want to mix it here. The name will be in register. Stakeholders name will be there. But when I say RACI, in RACI, what happened here is you start writing the task, project planning activity, quality management activity, design activity. I'm starting writing an activity. An activity, who is responsible? In stakeholder register, it's only their names, their power interest. That's what stands. We don't put this. Okay. So we don't mix both. All right. All right, guys.
Hi. Hello. Hello.
Okay.
I have a question here.
Yes.
Yes. So if team is following any agile practice, for example, Scrum, and then they're already using some dashboard, be it Jira or anything. So on that place, do you suggest the team to use the RACI matrix, or can you please clarify me on that?
Okay, we are going to get to the Agile area because the class is going to progress on that. But answer to you is, in Agile, I could have given a clue few minutes back. It's a cross-functional team. What do you mean by cross-functional team is, each one can play the role cross-functionally. That's why we learned a T-shape. You remember T-shape? We learned a T-shape because these people are broad knowledgeable, deep knowledgeable. They can play the role. So we don't want to put a restriction on, this is the person to do this. But when the team works together, now they have to hand over to the customer the delivery to them, or receiving the requirement from them, or talking about the quality parameter meeting, customer satisfaction. For this delivery model of a project management, there we may have some people RACI. I may have a delivery manager, may have a release manager, I may have a production manager, I may have an architect who's for the whole organization, I may have a quality department head. So I may have some people who has to work together to do this. But when it comes to team of Agile, we are not seeing them as a different people. We are seeing them as a group of people can work together as one. So there we don't differentiate them by giving accountable, responsible. We start doing that, they split. We don't want to split them. We want to keep them together, right? Hope you got that message. So it is something as a team, as a one person. So we don't put the role there. When it comes to out, multiple layers are there. In Scrum and Agile, remember that thing. It is not only that 5 people make the things. Beyond that, multiple layers are there. You have to take it until the home of the customer. Many things are there. So we have to bring RACI there to help it. Okay.
This RACI.
All right. Shall we hit for a break?
Hi, Sriram.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
This RACI is not a responsibility as a assignment matrix, right? This is not a responsibility assignment matrix, right?
Yeah, that's what it is, right? RAM, responsibility assignment matrix. That's why you have responsibility.
In the responsibility assignment matrix, we defined that who is primary responsible, who is secondary responsible. But in the RACI, we involve accountable, informed, all these phrases here.
You can call it, right? Accountable could be primary and responsible can be secondary. But again, we don't exactly use the term of what is responsible assignment matrix. We are talking RACI. I don't want to mix both. That's a different. This is different. This is talking about responsibility assignment by accountability, responsibility, and consulting and inform. By this, we are giving them responsibilities, isn't it? Consulting is a responsibility. Informing is a responsibility. It is, right? It is part of it. That's why it's called RAM matrix, RAM matrix.
Okay.
All right, guys, let's take a 15 minutes break. When we come back, we'll talk more about it. And we had a little internet glitch in between. I assume things are good now. Are we going good? Voice, video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There was a little glitch. I fixed it up. Looks good. Let's take 15 minutes break and come back. We have to talk more about people. Enjoy the break. Refresh. See you soon. Hello everyone, Sriram here. This is from ShriLearning and we are talking PMP success story. I have Krishna from Germany who cleared PMP recently. He's excited, happy. After that, he jumped into Agile learning. He couldn't stop learning one course, and he said, "Oh, let me learn next course." Okay, we'll talk more of his PMI-ACP success soon. Before that, let's get into PMP. The first thing, PMP is all about achieving something, a big milestone. A big milestone is all about learning project management, learning about how it is done in a very systematic way. When I say systematic way, there are different domains. Of course, you may be from different domain, but you need to learn the language of PMI. Why I'm telling this is, I'm sure Krishna put a lot of effort here. Yeah, even though he works in a company, in a big organizations, you learn things, but a lot of effort he should have put to learn this and get it certified. So first, congratulations, Krishna, for this great achievement.
Thank you very much, Sriram. Couldn't have done it without you or ShriLearning.
You rocked it. So now we will see his certificate. That's the certificate on 11th of September. He made it. So I believe the moment you saw the certificate, you got excited.
Yeah, actually, there was a lot of suspense behind this certificate, which I'll probably share later. But I was very, very excited to see that.
That's good to know. Good to know. So give a little background, Krishna. Where you come from? What do you do?
First of all, I would like to thank you for providing me this opportunity to express myself for my path forward for achieving PMP. So the background is that I work in a healthcare IT, and I don't come from a pure project management background. My full-time job is that of a solutions architect, but being in a company that has very cross-functional teams, I had to have a few more hats on top of my head as to be an ITIL-based release manager. So I felt that, okay, why not take it as a full-time profession? I would like to be more in terms of project management, like to do a lot of process, and wanted to give it a shot. Wanted to use whatever I have learned in my past 13 years of career and put it into as an effort, as a motivational factor to push my career into a different direction. So that's when I learned, or that's when I wanted to do PMP. I was asking around a few friends how I can get the training. I was looking at the training. It was quite expensive. I did not have any sponsorship from the company or anyone, so I was funding my own certificate. So getting a training here, especially in Germany, was very, very expensive, to be honest. Too expensive. So I asked one of my friends who apparently was doing his PMP training in ShriLearning. His name is Manjunath Rajanna. It doesn't go without quoting his name here. So he gave me we have a wonderful training center and an amazing coach, Sriram. You should listen to his first day and then you can decide. So I kickstarted with April 30th's first day PMP training, and I was literally blown away. The way that you gave examples, like they are still in my head, Sriram. Not to boast you or not to sugarcoat you or something. It's still in my head. The way that you express servant leader as our parents, that's still in my head. So
okay.
Yeah. So that's how I started my PMP journey, and here I am.
Very good. Nice. It's a good introduction. Happy to know that you listen to the recordings. I mean, classes live on the first day, get impressed. Nice to know this. Super good. So the next question, the people who listen, this is a success story. First thing pop them is the exam pattern tough now or moderate? This is the first question they ask.
Yeah. Apparently, this was my first PMP attempt, so I really don't have a comparison factor. All I can say is It was relatively tough for me, coming from a non-project management background, doing a technical job like 70% of the week. It's only one day that I do the so-called release management in terms of the actual tracking. But we do follow sprint, Scrum and sprint-based releases. We follow hybrid methodologies, but they are kept to as minimum as possible. Coming from a technical background, to put myself into the shoes of a project manager, it was quite a bit of effort and also a lot of learning. A
lot of learning, right? That too, we have more of agile, non-agile. It's a mix of things. Some terms are pretty new to us.
Yeah.
Challenging. Nice. So now, the things next immediate people ask here is, what was the reading pattern to be followed or you followed, for example?
Even though I joined the April 30th batch, I couldn't really put 100% effort right from the very first day because there were a few technical certifications that I had to take because of my existing project's demands. And I had to go through a few other personal challenges before I could actually sit down and put my efforts. There were a few travels here and there wherein I had to attend the classes on the flight or while I was in a hotel or when I reached India. So I couldn't really concentrate completely. But once I was on the ground and cleared all the needed certifications for my work, it was 24th of July that I sat down on a serious note that I have to clear PMP within end of September. So that was my goal. So 24th of July, I sat down, I made out a fresh study plan from the comms board. It gave me that I have to read it in an order starting from resource management, aka build a team, people. So me, I have a very bad habit. I don't have the habit of writing down things. I literally don't have the habit of writing down things. It's either in the head or it's in the computer. So that's that's a bad habit I have. So
That's fine. Actually, nice to know.
Yeah. So 24th, I sat down. I was investing 4 hours per day on a weekday. 4 hours per day on a weekday. So I started going to office, even though the office says that I can stay at home and work from home. But work from home and working from home has a thin line drawn, and that thin line gets stretched as much as possible when it comes to technical work. So I really wanted to have a clear split between work and office in order to dedicate my time for learning. So I went to office, came back, played half an hour with my daughter, and then at 7 p.m. sharp, I used to sit down for studies. At 9 p.m., I used to get off and have my dinner, refresh myself, plan my day for the next day, just to see if there are any meetings that I have to wake up early or I have to schedule or I have to take it forward. So I used to plan my day, and exactly at 10 p.m. I used to sit down for reading, and 12 a.m. I used to go to bed. So this was the cycle on a weekday. On a weekend, it was full-blown PMP. Full-blown PMP. After bath, puja, breakfast, 10:30 I used to sit down. 1:30 I used to come out for lunch. And then from 3 p.m. I used to take mocks, lot of mocks. Whenever I used to have time, I used to take the chapter-wise test. Lot of them.
Nice.
They literally helped me a lot.
Good. I'm really happy that you shared your time format, 7 p.m. to 12 a.m., which is really useful for many of us here. I'm not sure everyone can do this really, because consistency is a big thing. I used to tell in the class, consistency is a challenge where you can spend one day 4 hours, one day 40 minutes, but you made it. That's a good thing, good message. Nice. Thanks for sharing that. On the book part, which book you preferred as a reading for you?
When I started out, I started reading with this is in April or May. When I started out, I wanted to follow the course with the reading. So I thought since PMBOK Guide is the official prescribed exam book or one of the prescribed books, I started with PMBOK 6th edition. I read 2 chapters, to be honest, the stakeholder management and also cost management. And it was a little elaborate, to be honest. I was blown away with the content. It was too much to capture, and there were a lot of moving back and forth between, okay, you read this in from this chapter, you read this from this chapter. It was only that the section IDs of the chapter was quoted. For example, if we say affinity diagrams, whenever affinity diagrams used to come by, they used to quote scope. Go to scope in this section and read the affinity diagram description there. But it can also be used for capturing stakeholder requirements from here. Okay. So it was back and forth, and I really was not able to contemplate with the time that I had set myself when I started out on 24th of July. So I switched to full-on Rita 10th edition upgraded version, which is 2021. So I read Rita once, so only once, 15 days, full effort with full concentration Rita. Wow. And then I started revising in a different way. I took the ITTOs, printout of each ITTO of all knowledge areas and all processes as a printout. And I used to revise with the concepts that I read in Rita through this ITTO diagram that I had printed it out. So that helped me to keep in mind on what processes and what tools and techniques are used for what knowledge areas, and also to expand on my knowledge. Whenever I needed more information or whenever I felt like I am lacking this information, I used to go back to both Rita and PMBOK to get that knowledge. And then I attempted my first mock on, that was 26th of August, I think, 26th of August. And that's when I was not able to answer most of the Agile general questions. When it came to Scrum, I was able to answer it. But when it came to adaptive planning or the other XP's pair programming or any other situational questions, I was not able to answer it. So I quickly adapted myself, read through the Agile practice guide in 3 days, tried to understand it, and then started taking the mocks again. So this was my pattern, and also the gap analysis and filling.
That's impressive. That's impressive. I'm pretty impressed with the 15 days you read Rita one shot fully. After this, you don't want to come back. It's a big thing because there are people reading it for more than weeks, still they can't complete it. But if you've done it in one shot, focused, it's a big efforts. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I had to, right? Because I was putting my personal effort, funding my own project. So if I myself don't do it, I don't like,
I can feel the project.
It would be unreasonable to.
Got you. Nice. Good to know all these things. Now in the exam hall, we have 180 questions and 230 minutes of exam. I assume in Germany, you went to exam in center?
Unfortunately not. I took online proctored. The reason being that the center was 200 plus kilometers away, and they only offered me 8 a.m. slot. So traveling 200 kilometers, even though it's just if I hop on a super fast train, it's just 1 hour and 15 minutes to reach the location. It's too much of a stress. And I really don't want to go there. If some delay happens, now there are a lot of railway constructions going on. So I literally did not want to take that risk.
Don't want to do that risk. Okay, you made a risk analysis before you do that.
Yeah, I had to. And I also had to, before I signed up for online proctored, I checked the weather. I had to send my daughter and wife out. I checked with them whether they will be able to manage it. So I had to check the weather, how was the weather forecast, etc. So just so that I could arrange certain backup plans so that they are also not put under disadvantage because of my exam. And
That's
of
a good
course,
plan,
if they stay here, my exam would have been invalidated. That's a different story.
Interesting. So talk about this. Are you able to use a full time of 230 minutes in the exam? Did you have some spare time in the end?
Yeah, the exam was a little tricky for me. So let me jump in from the start, how it started, if time permits. So
sure.
Or I will give you a very, very, very quick summary of what went through. So the exam was scheduled at 11:45. So I started my
Hey, hello everyone. Welcome back. I hope Krishna gave something useful to you all. Was it useful, informative? All right. By the way, this is the first group of people who are watching this success video is yet to be loaded in the market. It's something like a movie preview. Before the movie getting released, you guys are watching it. It was shooted this morning, maybe a couple of hours back. Fresh shot of movie. Okay, watch this recording. I assume most of you have access to our YouTube channel. You do that? Okay. Oh, whoa. What we'll do, we'll get to the subject. Here we go. So now where we are, we were in the previous slide. I think we spoke a few factors here. Tracy? Okay. All right, let's start with the communication. By the way, for information, we are in lesson 1. And here we're talking about building about the team. I'll give some highlight when I come to the last segment, wrap up of what all we discussed today. When we talk about people, by now you got an idea. People talks about the stakeholders, bigger bubble, small bubble. Do you all have a paper in front of you? In the paper, you have some words written there, what we discussed so far. Some keywords you noted down, which you can recall later when you open the books. Have you? And do you know that these are things which you can read in stakeholder management and resource management chapters? You have chapters in the books. Yeah, you know this. Now, I will touch base on something on communication management also. When communication management, we have a special place. We talk purely on communication, what all will happen. As we talk about stakeholder, we have to talk something called communication channel. There is a formula, n into n minus 1 by 2. What you see in the screen is n into n minus 1 by 2. This is a formula. This formula is used to calculate the channels of communication when you have a number of people in your team. Now, why we do this? This formula is used to calculate the number of communication channels required for the number of stakeholders. Now, the main purpose of doing this is it will give an indication of how complex a communication will be with the number of people. Let's take an example and go for it. And let's look at this picture and let know. In this picture, how many people are here? 8, 9, 10. Any number comes out? In the pictures, what you see here, how many faces are here? Should be 10 people, right? So if n equal to 10, what is the channels of communication? You would get 45. When you come to know 45 channels of communication can happen in a project, what kind of precautionary things or what kind of actions you will take? In a sense, when you know these many channels of communication can happen, will you make your communication more precise, clear enough? Because when I pass a message to one person, chances are it can go on to permutation of combination of different people. And also we have a more chance of news spread across messages, spread across a different set of people. Here, it is not a calculation to see one-to-one how many connection, one-to-many how many connection. That's not the intention. But the intention is, in a group of people, there are high probability of a message communication can go through multiple channels. So when you know the channels of communication, chances are you'll be a little more prepared to handle the complexity of communication. Now let's imagine this is a PMP classes. Now, how many people are in PMP classes? If you want to put it together, let's say 100 plus people. So you will tell 100 plus people into n into n minus 1 by 2. You get a good number of channels of communication. I think this is what happening when you go to your corporate town hall. Have you ever, or have you been used in town hall? Been in town hall? There is something called town hall. Okay, are you aware of it? Okay, good. I think pre-COVID we do town halls, isn't it? We do more. I think even now it's happening. Town hall is a place where we have many number of people are assembling there, and some top senior managements will start giving presentation about company strategy, and they talk about how your projects are performing, what is the future goal of your organization. I'm sure some what I heard about it, some of you would have been part of this town halls, right? Now, when a person coming to a town hall presentation, the senior management, will they question how many people will attend? What is the level of audience? Who do they ask this question? If they're asking this question, it is nothing but to understand what sort of communication model they have to use. The more the number of people, better you have to be in clear communication, because a wrong interpretation of message will create a lot of trouble. So you have to be a little careful. That too, in town halls, usually this question will come: appraisal system, women empowerment, diversity, COVID, work from home or work from office or never work, kind of questions the people ask in the town hall. This leadership team has to answer it. So town hall is a place where you have to talk about it. Just I'm putting this. By the way, town hall is a place you will be killed for 3 hours, and the end of the 3 hours, they'll give you 2 samosa, 1 fruity. Do anyone miss that? After this COVID happened, you missed it, samosa, sandwich after this town hall? Oh man, last 2 years I didn't get the samosa, man. Huh? For 2 samosa, don't kill your life. Okay, be careful. Okay. So coming back on this point of channel of communication, just for understanding purpose. Now, how does it look like? Let's see that. Look like many people had a samosa. Huh? Look at the smiley happening here. God's sake, man. Okay. So we talk about this communication channel. When you have 2 people, there is going to be 1 channel of communication. When I have 3 people, 3 channels of communication. When I have 4 people or more the number of people, the n into n minus 1, the channel goes higher than this. So here again, I'm repeating, this is not about the number of people. It's all about understanding the complexity of more number of people being here, how efficient we are in a communication, how clever we are handling the communication. That's the reason they give this. Until 2020, a year of PMP exam, we used to get the mathematics questions used to come. There the formula is asked. But after 2021, they have reduced, and sometimes I've not even seen the question getting asked. But what I felt is it is good to learn. When I know stakeholder management, when I know communication channel, I'll be pretty good enough to handle the team well. That's the reason I thought of sharing knowledge with you. Let's see some more points in this with the question. Try to answer this question. Let's see how you got it. Mm-hmm. Okay, it goes to 105. Let me see people from YouTube. You can also give your message in the chat box. Let's see what you are doing there. All right, so now the answers I'm seeing jumping between a lot of numbers here. But one thing, if you observe here, 15 people on a project, including project manager. So they specifically said including. So what it mean? So you have to work out with the number what is given to you. If that's the case, I believe you'll get this number. I'm seeing different numbers are jumping here. Did you took this 15 and apply with the formula? Did you do that? It's a very simple straight, right? Straight away, I think it's a straight away one. I saw some of them wending a little different. Maybe you missed this point. 15, including the manager. They didn't ask anything more or less. Okay, that's a point. If you still didn't get it, now try it. A little more complicated question. Let's see if you can observe right now. Try now. So the message here is, I'm getting answer as A. Some of them saying B is an answer. Anyone says C is answer? So far I got A and B. A and B. A and B. So far I saw majority of A and B. Okay. 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 So let's listen to this question now. You are working at a major, bigger organization, so the group of people. So now you have a 24-person team working for you. You have a 24-member team working for you. Can I treat this as one person? On a project with the 5 major sponsors, can I put something like this? 24 plus 1 plus 5. Will this happen? Can this happen? The company announces layoffs and your team is reduced to half of it. The team has been reduced to half. Will this become like this? Let's see, maybe we are right or wrong. How many lines of communication are on your newly formed team members with this smaller team, that is 12-member team? If you do this, chances are you may get 18. Do anyone got this kind of numbers? And then you start the calculation. Okay. I know it's not a so straight question, little tricky question. Anyone here miss this word? You may not consider as one count here. You never thought about this going to be a count. Right? Chances are, right? We may not. Oh man, how do I know this, man? When it's a 24-member team working with you, I would have thought part of it. Now, yeah, that's where it is, right? A little tricky stuff. Putting the point that hey, you are not part of it. They are reporting with you or working with you. So I'm not seeing these questions coming in exam, but just a thought process. Sometimes PMI uses a word. You read it as a general word, but there'll be meaning behind that. So a little cautious will help us. So don't worry, it's okay. If you answer it well, happy. Not answer, that's okay. You learned out of it. Let's go a little more. Knowledge that is difficult. Okay. Some of us may not know this terminology, so you have a confusion because I'm seeing answers going to C. Tangible, intangible is something different. You have to Google and read it. Tangible, intangible. What the mic is tangible one, isn't it? What is intangible? What I'm serving you, what I'm taking your class is intangible. Is that right? Service segment is intangible. Whereas what you see here is a tangible. So now tacit knowledge is something different. What is tacit knowledge? Your knowledge refers to knowledge that is difficult to express, such as experience, belief. It's your own belief system. You will have your own tacit knowledge. I don't think you'll be able to express it. They're talking about knowledge that is difficult to express. They're asking which you can't express it. I assume that your tacit knowledge you cannot express just like that. That's your belief. You will tell that, man, that's the way I am working. That's the way I do. Some people are specialized. That's their tacit knowledge. So how do the companies do the tacit knowledge transfer? They do shadowing. They do work with them, partner with them. And then when you work with them and you be with them, learn with them, chances are you get something of tacit knowledge. That's what it is. Hope you got it. Tricky question. By the way, no one here count how many score you are getting in these questions. It's just for knowledge purpose question. This is not your exam testing question. Okay. And also some of you here, before you complete reading the question, some will start putting the answers. Don't feel bad about it. You proceed on what you are. Because somebody puts the A as answer within 1 second, maybe right or maybe wrong. But you take your time, you answer it properly. Take your time. Okay. Don't go by others. Others cannot eat for you. Only you have to eat your food. So go slow, steady, take your time and answer. Don't be urgent. Don't be worried also. All right, let's go. All right, I'm seeing answers between B, C, A, C. These two are coming up. So I can assume that you are using the elimination technique. When you read a question, one of the core tenet of Agile, okay, is the values of versus. They're telling what is tenet. It's a value of flow versus focusing on how people are utilized. They explained what it is. Now, which of the following reflects the benefit of optimizing flow? Some of you not read Agile, some of you don't even know Agile. Sometimes it will be a little crazy for you what this question all about. But one thing you keep in mind, whenever you see the word Agile in the question paper or in the books, the word value will be attached with that. Anything which delivers value will be called as very important factor in Agile. So now let's first just do the elimination techniques. Top performers stand out. No way it's related to this question. So you can straight away strike it out. It's not asking about who will perform. They're asking about how to attain value. So not a performer related. So answer is going to be between A, B, C. In this, one more you have to eliminate. No, it's a tough fight. When it's a tough fight, first I will choose one answer, B. It is because team waste less time. Reduction of wastages falls under lean management. Agile goes for lean. So now team wastes lesser time. It means they are efficient time utilization. Do anyone working in an Agile, you feel that you have a time box and you're very particular on how the time is used? If you feel that, yes, it is happening. Somebody who's not worked in Agile, who don't know what is Agile, keep in mind that in Agile, they follow a time box system where they make sure a time is fixed. Within the time only they'll work. Beyond the time, whatever it is, they will stop. They will relook whether we have to continue the work or do something else. But they will not keep on working. So now message here is wastage of time is being restricted. It's a very important factor. Now, if B is one of the answer, now competition is between A and C. Now, how to choose between this? Team produce faster result. Team produce value more quickly. I given a clue that the word value is very important in Agile. Now, you can question me, Shriram, this is faster. This is value. Now, the difference between faster result and value. When I say faster result, I may be fast, but it is a wrong delivery. What you will do? Amazon guy came very fast morning, but instead of giving t-shirt, giving some other material. Will you be happy with the fast? Or team produce value more quickly. They give a valuable thing to you, which is usable to you, which is going to be a really worth for you. You will go for a faster result, which may be right or wrong, or will you be focusing on value addition to the customer? Which one you will focus on? Value or fast results? The answer will fall to a category called as value. So there are people who feel that, okay, fast is important. Yeah, important. But what if in the fast you are wrong? But in the name of delivering quicker, I should not be wrong. I should be quick as well. It should be value addition. I know this is not an easy question, but what I'm trying to put through this question is you should learn in Agile. You will see mostly time management related, where less wastage of time. Again, value delivery is highly focused. You will learn as a subject. But for now, this is a question. Anyone here working in Agile, you felt this question made you to think in that direction? Does it happen? For non-Agile people, it's new, above the head. I'll explain it. People working in Agile, did you felt it has made you to think on this angle? Okay. People not working in Agile, for you it may be new. Don't go by the word fast, quicker. Find the word, will it really add value to the people? So that is very important factor. The word value is highly used in Agile. You have to be a little careful on this. All right. By the way, I'm not trying to help you tell you that this is how the exam question will be. I'm trying to show you how to look at a question. Now, when I say how to look at the question, when you read a question, sometimes you get the direct situation and get the answer. Sometimes you have to use the elimination technique, which can go out of the system. You have to find the keyword which may not work. By killing the keywords, but by pushing out some elimination, you get the right answer. The reason is, in exam, sometimes you may not have all the answers in your brain, but you may have an answer for which may not be right one. That you know. Negatives you know. So if you mark out the negatives, positive starts coming out. That's also another way of answering. Yep. All right, let's go a little more. Now follow the method of analysis. Okay, I'm seeing product analysis as answer. Okay. Now, B as an answer. Okay, let me listen to someone who says B as an answer. Why do you think B is an answer here? Maybe your mic is also available if you want to speak up. Why do you think B is an answer? Somebody want to say why B is an answer?
B is an answer. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I selected B as an answer because it said what activity is the team involved in. So it's not really referring to what tool is the project manager using, but rather what is the team involved in, what is that activity that they're doing, and hence the answer was B.
Makes sense. Get you. I see some of them went with answer C. Why do you think C is an answer? Yeah, please. Please go ahead with the answer. C. Somebody want to talk about C?
Shri, I see that because the project manager is doing what he has the basic details, but he is doing the alternative information on the product. That's what I understand.
Alternative. How do you see it as alternative? Is a facilitating an exercise with the team by asking questions about the product and forming answers to describe the use, its character, and other relevant aspects of what will be delivered. Do you see something like alternative happening here? Because maybe this is the first time these guys are discussing, or maybe they're discussing to understand more detail. Okay. Can you read this last sentence? Do you think it's targeting the project manager or a project team?
Project team.
Project team. Okay. Okay. I see one answer here.
Yeah,
okay, let me hold it.
It's a team activity because he's only facilitating.
I'm sorry, repeat again. Who is doing?
He is facilitating an exercise done by the team. So he is acting as a facilitator. Activity is being done by the team actually.
Okay. So the answer should go to facilitation?
No. I would go with product analysis.
That eliminates.
You're going here. Okay. Got you. I got alternative analysis. Very good. I saw some answer goes to the D. Why do you think D is the right answer?
So facilitating activity, team is getting involved in that activity. Manager is facilitating the exercise and team is getting involved in the
manager is facilitating. Very good. Yeah, it is explained here. The project manager is facilitating. Very good.
Maybe team is not to the point. Maybe he's just lacking some kind of support, or maybe not heading to a right direction. Probably so he's just trying to fill the gap by facilitating whatever expertise he's coming from, by knowing what somebody is doing and maybe doing a kind of calibration.
And the last line also says what activity. So it's not necessarily an event, but an activity of the team where the PM is performing.
I think that's why we can eliminate facilitation, because facilitation is done by the project manager, but the last sentence says it's team involvement. So it's not really, it's the entire group doing it and not just the project manager. So facilitation should be eliminated actually.
Okay. Okay. Now I got answer A also. Why A is the answer? I got A as an answer. Why A is an answer? Where is the data analysis happening here? Can you help us?
Because it is saying that the project is being, they're asking what is being delivered, right? I think if already the product backlog has been designed and everything has been defined, but they're asking the team how they are going to deliver it. What is the value that they're bringing? That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, amazing. Amazing. This is really good. After the break, we took a question. Now I see one question has 4 answers. Now, will PMI give us a 4 mark if we choose all 4? Or it will tell, man, you're wrong. All right. Okay. Look like a tough question for some of us. Some of us straight away say, this is the answer. Let's see this. Now the question is, project manager is facilitating, an event is happening. Kind of an exercise. Imagine a room. In this room, set of 5-6 people are sitting there. We're talking about a product. Let's name a product. What product we can put here? Let's see the product. Anyone want to tell any product? What product you want to put here? Maybe construction, maybe pharma. What do you want to put? iPhone. Phone you're building.
Flying
14 bank.
14, iPhone 14.
Okay. So one more kidney you want to give. Okay. Phone. Okay, let's take a product called iPhone, because iPhone is the hardware plus the software. Okay. So you may work in any segment. Let's not go further down. I'll stop here. So product and forming answers to describe the users, characteristics, and other relevant aspects. Can I sit with my team and start putting 1, 2, 3? Can we do this as called as characteristics? Can we do this? The characteristics will be this. Can I put a list? Yeah, possible. What will be delivered? Okay, what will be delivered? When I say iPhone, I'm hearing iPhone 14. When iPhone 14 is delivered, these are the features will come out. Okay. Now, the question is asked here. Imagine there is a room. In the room, I have a manager and set of people. When I say set of people, are people in your room. There's 3-4 people, a round table, they're sitting and talking there. Now, the question is, in what activity is the team involved? The team involved on what? It's not about what this manager is doing. Question is about these guys. I remember someone was saying, sorry, I forgot your name. I didn't see your name. She said that facilitation straight away goes out because it's already said facilitation is happening. It's not the question about what event is happening. It's a question about what a team is doing. Team is involved. If they ask the question, what kind of event is happening, you can tell it's a brainstorming session. It's a kind of other session. They didn't ask what the project manager is doing. If they ask project manager is doing, chances are he is doing facilitation or she is doing facilitation. But that's not the question here. Question is about the team. So straight away D goes out. Now, what other things I can pull out? Data analysis. I'm not having any data here. I'm having a description of the work. But I'm not having a data about what it is. I'm not doing data analysis here. If I have a comparison of what was the performance of the iPhone 13, 14, 12, based on that, I make some conversation in my team. Chances are I'm doing some data analysis on that. Or my project already started. I'm working in the project. In the project, I want to see how we are delivering. Performance data is being tracked. Then I say data analysis. But here it's a very beginning stage of, or maybe they're just understanding the requirement. I think D goes out here. You can't tell it's a data analysis here. So if we eliminate facilitation and data, which is not related to this question, your competition is between these two. Now in this two competition, the question is in what activity team involved? Do the team is talking alternative of the features what we planned already, or the way of doing the feature in a different format, or this is the first time they're analyzing what can be done? What is your answer out of this? B or C?
B.
C. BC? Before Christ? C. First time analysis. So the message here is they are yet to talk alternative. First of all, they have to first find the characteristics. Then how, when they want to implement these characteristics, then chances they may do alternative also. They may go for seeing what are the best way of doing things. Now the answer is, if somebody is a little worried, if you see here, the project team is using the product analysis technique to define the scope of the project. If they specifically target a project manager and ask you what the project manager is doing, chances are you will tell that they're doing a brainstorming or a facilitation process. When I say a project team, a team includes business people, project manager, architects, technical person, sponsor, all can be there. Now, what everyone is doing together here? Everyone is doing analysis of what all can be featured in the iPhone. Does it make sense? Are you with me on this? Oh man, big question, huh? In exam, will you get this much of time to sit and analyze? Answer is no. In exam, you're going to get a 1 minute, 20 seconds. But it's in a way of working, you will get it. Don't think that, Shriram, I made an answer wrong today. Will I have a tough time in the main exam? Not necessarily. It's a starting stage. Until you take time to understand what I'm discussing here, how to see a question, that will help you. Now you tell me, from last week to this week, have you found little improvement on your way of seeing the question? Rather vaguely being so urgent to answer. Now you are a bit slow down. You are reading the question a little slow. What they're trying to ask. Isn't it? You do that? If you're doing that, then that's a maturity level. If that's not happened, it will take some more time. There is no urgency here. Some question will go fast, some will go slow. That's okay. But you keep moving. Okay. All right. That's about the topic here for one segment. I have to go to the next segment. Before that, let's take a video. What I do is I bring some projects which is called as influential projects in the market. When I say influential projects, this, first of all, is it a project? Yeah, it's a project. There is something on spaceship. Have you heard about spaceship? Where there is Virgin Airlines, what they do here is they carry people to the space and bring them back. It's a tour, okay? Tour to the space. I believe some of you may like it. Anyone here who love this kind of space research, all this stuff? For them, it will be like very passionate. For some of them, it look like, man, it's going to be very risky, man, life risky. If you're a person who likes this kind of space related stuff, things, you can go for it. They have tickets available. You have to buy a ticket. A ticket is only $250,000. Maybe you can do Amazon coupon code. You apply the coupon code, you may get some discounts. Not sure. You have to try that. So now, what is this project all about? So they did this space research thing, or a spaceship research. First, you have to consider this as a project. When you consider this as a project, in a project, I will ask you to see the requirement of it, risk of it, quality, timeline, budgeting, procurement, lot of factors come in. So let's watch this video and keep in mind, if you are a manager for this, how you would have done this with all the constraints around. Let's watch this and come back. All right, let's get to the video.
Right, stick forward, thumb off trim. 3, 2, 1, release, release, release. Clean release.
Our team arrived at our commercial headquarters, the Gateway to Space facility at Spaceport America, early in the morning to complete the final preparations for Spaceship Two Unity's second flight in New Mexico airspace. It was a typically beautiful New Mexico morning with a fantastic sunrise as our crew ran through the final checks. This test flight was conducted under a set of stringent operational protocols to ensure safety against COVID-19. These protocols included changes to the work areas and procedures to enforce social distancing as advised by state guidelines. On Spaceship Two Unity's flight deck were our pilots, Mark Forger-Stuckey and Michael Masucci, who have both previously flown Unity into space, while piloting our carrier aircraft was Nicola Petchile and CJ Sturkow. Once on board the spaceship, the spaceflight team conducted final checks before they were cleared for takeoff. The vehicles then took to the skies after a runway takeoff with Unity attached to VMS Eve. The mothership carried our spaceship to approximately 50,000 feet above Spaceport America. Once the vehicles reached release altitude, VMS Eve released Spaceship 2 Unity. During this phase, Spaceship 2 reached a speed of Mach 0.85. Our pilots performed a series of maneuvers with Unity designed to gather data about performance and handling qualities while flying at high speeds. With all test points completed, the pilots then brought Unity back down smoothly for a runway landing at Spaceport America. Our mission at Virgin Galactic is to open space to change the world for good. This glide flight took place during Pride Month, and we'd like to take a moment to encourage unity for all. Our crew were wearing masks in a variety of colors to show support for both Pride and the Black Lives Matter movement. The future we're building here perfectly represents Stephen Hawking's naming of our spaceship Unity. Unity to me means coming together for a common purpose. It represents the challenges of creating a commercial space line and underlines the importance of having different perspectives contribute to making the world we live in a better place. I'm very proud of our team and of our mission to change the world by opening up space. This test flight brings us closer to commercial service and being able to open space flight for all.
All right. First, is this a project? Is it a project for you? Oh man, it's a project, isn't it? Yeah, it is a project. And if it is a project, do you think it has its own constraints, limitations, and you have all this resource, all the factors are involved, right? Does it? Okay, it does. All right, good. So you got an idea how a project would look like. Even this is also a project. I don't want you to think only from your corporate perspective. I want you to think a little broader. All right, first, so I'll go back now. I'll show something here. We are in lesson number 1. As I say, there are a bunch of lessons here. We are in lesson number 1. In lesson number 1, what we did here is we took a little time more to understand about how a team building works. Now we're going to see something on the team ground rules. So we'll see topic one by one. These are small topics or some are big topics which you learn in your daily life. Sometimes you read in the books, sometimes you don't even read in the books. You know that already. Let's see some of them because PMI exam, PMP exam has a 36 task. So we are going one by one to see what it is. So Shriram, where I will see the interesting factor of a PMI things. So when you want to see really interesting factors, it starts here when you start the project. For information, do you see here the scope management? Do you see the schedule management? Do you see quality management, vendor management, budgeting? And you talk about how the methods of project works. So the hard burning areas is in this place. This is in lesson number 2. So you have to give some more time for you yourself to understand first the people factor. Once the people factor is completed, I will take to the place where the requirement, how it comes in, how the requirement has a time, money, people happening, right? So because some of them feel that, oh, where is the project starting? I'm not getting that. If you feel that, we are discussing still about the people factor. By the way, how many questions comes in the exam for people domain? If you're not aware of it, how many questions we get it? How many percentage? First of all, exam has a 42% of people domain. Okay, that's good to see. Thanks for all the numbers. Let's get on team ground rules. There is something called enabler, which is also given in your exam content outline, which says that under team ground rules, the topic, what all areas we expect you to have knowledge. PMI gives an outline. Before I say something, can I assume that you all have an outline with you? The exam content outline. There is something called exam content outline, a PDF document, which explains. Fantastic. If somebody don't have it, please visit the folders given to you. You should have something called ECO, exam content outline. So what is the outline? This is the areas we may ask you the questions or we may expect you to have knowledge. Okay, that's the way it is. Let's go a little more. Before I jump to the content outline or we talk about the ground rules, I want to share something about the PMI Institute. PMI Institute has something called a global conference, which happens every year. I want to just give an information to you. Every city has something called PMI chapter. Have anyone heard about PMI chapter? The term PMI chapter? Okay. If you have not heard about it, PMI, Project Management Institute, is there from 1969. They are spread across in 200 countries, and every city they have a chapter. When I say chapter, a group of people, like-minded people, they form a group, community, a chapter, where they talk about management in a forum. What is the benefit here? People come from different domains, they talk about their thoughts. It's not only the exam point. In fact, they don't talk about exam. They talk about how a management works. When you listen to this kind of speech or presentation, chances are your mind gets broader. I keep saying this, don't get stuck with your office, 4 or 5 people with whom you work. Life is beyond that. So when you say life is beyond that, you ought to see how other projects are working, what kind of problem they're facing, what kind of good things are happening, what templates they follow. This all happens in chapters. They have something called conferencing. Every year, the PMI Institute has a conference. They meet and talk about how things are going at the global level. Let's watch a short video which talks about this kind of conference. Oh, all right. Let's watch this.
What I can tell you is this idea of the project economy, it is real. Projectization is moving through the economy. The goal is skill building and constant lifelong learning. This is the way the world is moving. It is moving to you.
I think that all of you have creative ideas. The question is, what do you do with them so that other people take them seriously?
You talked a bit about digital mindset versus analog mindset. How are universities going to respond to that?
Universities need to do a much better job in developing the social skills.
A TED Talk can change your life.
What can you tell us that maybe we haven't seen on a TED stage before?
I'd like to just thank everybody who's here this evening. You are PMI, and I thank you for helping us make 50 years, and I hope every one of you will be with us for the next 50 years.
The project economy is an exciting opportunity to try new things, to gain new skills.
I think our future will be much more on the soft skills.
This has been my first PMI Global Conference, and it's been a really illuminating and fun experience.
So many great sessions that I think will allow us to really enhance the way we manage our projects.
TED session today was amazing. All the talks were just very diverse and influential. It really inspired me.
This was a warm and welcoming crowd, and it was great.
As part of PMI's 50th anniversary, it has identified the 50 most influential projects of the last 50 years. Thank you. To be continued. Have fun.
All right. Does it look good, inspiring to be part of this kind of community where they keep looking for innovation, technology, medicine, construction, you name it, any industry in the world, and this group of people are there. And either we are there or not, things will keep moving forward, right? So now, if you take a look of the broadness of PMI, it's pretty broad in the sense it doesn't stop with your PMP exam. It goes beyond that, your real experience and getting how it's getting implemented. Because I don't want you to get only the book knowledge and get away. You have to get an idea of how it is getting applied in the market. That's very important. For this reason, people get into this kind of communities. All right, let's move a little more. Now I'm coming to the same sheet here. In the same sheet, you have a documents, you have the plans. I'm going one more thing, which is called team charter. What we saw previously, do you remember it? What we saw previously, stakeholder register, isn't it? We saw something like stakeholder register. Don't think we're going to follow some sequentially. Don't think that we're going to remember all the documents. No, just I'm telling that we saw something called stakeholder register. Now we're going to see something called charter. The moment you say the charter, your brain will think, what could be inside the charter? A charter can have something like this. Now, you take a look of these bullet points. Let me know which one you are familiar in your office, in your work, in your team. Which one you are familiar? Out of this, anything you have been read about it or heard about it? Meeting guidelines, nice. Okay. All right. Shared hours. One more. How and when we meet. I think this is very important, right? We keep talking about it. What is our team's value? What is our value? What is our goal? What is our vision? What is the culture we follow here? Right? Decision-making criteria. Now, certain things it's written here, certain things in your team not even written. It is all taken inbuilt. Is it so? Is it so for some of you? Some of you don't have a sheet like this, but it is intake. You know this. But if you have a written, when you have a discussion with your team members, chances are the takeaway will be very high. The buy-in will be very high. What the books are saying here is, it is not mandatory you have to write something. But when you write as a team and you all commit to that, it's like taking an oath that, okay, this is ours. We will do it. And this gives a team a sense of completion, sense of saying that we are doing this. So the document that enables to establish its value and agreement. As I said, some company does, some don't do it, but recommended is if you do it is nice. Now, when you do that, inbuilt to that, you will have something called ground rules also. One of the point is ground rule. If you see here, it will fall into the category of team charter, under which you'll have a ground rules. Now, what is the ground rules? Ground rules could be a subclass which mentions about ground rules include all actions acceptable, unacceptable, right? I believe you can see this from the sports perspective. Do you see in sports, we have acceptable, unacceptable rules? It is there. If somebody do something beyond the norms, the coach or a referee comes and stop them, telling that, oh guys, no, this is not the rule which is acceptable. Now, in your corporate, you have something called acceptable, unacceptable, but you have to be a little careful here. Now, I'll go a little back here. These ground rules are created by senior management and enforced on the team, or team themselves created. What is your thought? Which has a big buy-in? Which has a bigger buy-in? It is done by the team members. It is a team which is doing the job. They create a charter. Under charter, they have set of rules created. They can refer something from the organization norms and conditions. They can refer some of the lessons learned. They can refer back some of the industry standards that they can do. But I'm not expecting my senior management says you all have to come by 9 o'clock to office. Even today, some company does it. But when a company says come 9 o'clock, you may not like it. But when you as a team prefer, let's all meet by 9 o'clock, at times it works. Most of the time it works. I'm just taking about 9 o'clock coming to office. It could be for a stand-up meeting in a Scrum or Agile. It could be for a construction industry where you want to meet with a vendor or deliver the supplies to the garage or someplace. Now the message here is, more than somebody saying this, when the team themselves step up and tell that let's do this, it has proven better. But you being a manager, you have to initiate this thought process in the team. Guys, let's talk about something ground rules and charters in the team whenever the team is comfortable. Provided beginning of the project, if you do, nice. So that we can relook ourselves, do we need to follow the same rules or we will change, because rules doesn't mean that it should be strict in the wall. You can upgrade it as it need until it provides value to the team members. Someone here working in most of the Agile related products or projects, is there somebody forcing you have to do this, or most of the time it's just an understanding within the team? What is your thought? I'm checking with the people who call themselves working in Agile environment. Many places it's a pure understanding more than someone says no, but still companies are doing. I'm not saying no, but those could be a failure also. When you say a common understanding, okay guys, let's do this, but it fails, then what do? We retrospect it. We see what went wrong. How can we improve? Then we improve. So this form is called team charter, and below that we have a ground rules. Now let me put one other thing in the same factor. When you want to have a team ground rules and charters are getting ready, sideline one more factor, which it's called as PMI ethics. Have you heard about a PMI ethics document? Have you seen this document in your folder? A few pages of PDF. Okay, first, what is ethics? Ethics is just going by the norms of what to be done, not going against it. Now, when I say ethics, in the books of PMI, you will see 4 points are given us. One is responsibility, other one is respect, fairness, and honesty. These are the words we keep on hearing from Nelson Mandela to Mahatma Gandhi to Mother Teresa. Everyone say this. But why we are talking this, Shriram? This is too much, right? You may question me, man, this is too much, right? Why this philosophy? A responsibility of our duty. Do I not know this? Somebody has to tell me. Respecting of our duty, respect is our duty to show to ourselves and others. You respect yourself and others. Fairness, unbiased decision. Shriram, I'm not biased, I'm always unbiased. Very good. Honesty in what you do, truthfulness. But you can question me now, man, is this PMP? In PMP, you have to tell me how schedule management works, how cost management works, how MS project will work, how Jira board will work. Tell me that, man. That's what I want. These are all things, bother about it if you feel like that. The books of management saying that 75% of the projects are failing, not because of the tools, not because of the process. You know why it fails? I'm standing in this topic. You may know that why it fails. It is because of lack of commitment from the people. It is because of people cutting the corners. It is because of the people doing biased way of working. Do you feel that is also right? What PMI says or what management book says? It is not because of tools unavailability. It is not because of methodology unavailability. Everything is in the world. Beyond that, if something is failing, and they're saying that these are the ethics which is not really followed. Now, then why we put this ethics specifically here? The reason is PMI, PMP is one of the methodology. Now, a lot of method in the world. By the way, are you aware that 1,000 years back, if somebody knows this kind of management skills, they are considered as God or considered as a close relation with the king. This is the reason in those days when the big monuments or big things are done, they'll be killed. The person who designs the whole program will be killed or made them blind, or rather they don't allow them to go anywhere. You know why? They don't want the secret of one construction or one way of doing things should not spread to another person. The thought is they are blessed by the God. They have to know this and keep it. Okay. Now, what they did 1,000 years back, today you are reading it is something called a PMP or any management book. You're reading it. Many don't know the power of this, what you're reading. It's like a golden book in Mummy. Mummy movie is a golden book. Golden book. Many read this as a PMP certification. I will get a 20% hike. I'll move forward. Some who are clever enough read it properly, who can really apply in your life, every part of your life, you will be super good. Also, this can go other side, negative. Someone who want to use it in a wrong way, they can use this systematically to demolish everything in the world. So they put a warning or a kind of thing is, be responsible, no bias, be honest. The reason is, use this skills in the right place. Like a boxer using his boxing skill only in the ring, not outside on the street. Because a person in the street may not know the other skills. You know the skills you have to use in the right place. That's also one of the reasons PMI puts this here. So 2 factors. One is about project success and failure happens based on this. Other thing is, since you know the secrets and skills of doing things, you should follow the rules and regulations so it happens in the right place. Yep. All right. You got some detail about this. There is a question from Ranjit. Is a team charter and ground rules published to team? I could not get it. What do you mean by publish? Because it is created by them. It is going to be with them. I don't think we have to specially publish saying that, hey, I have some notice for you. I don't think that that's the way it works. We discuss, we have it with us. It's going to be with us. Hope you got it. Yep. Right, let's hit a question. Now the question is, Ranjit will complete this question and come to your question again. Let's not deviate. All right, I'm seeing varying answers here, A, B, and C. Very good. Someone want to talk about A? Why you felt A is an answer? Why you thought A can be an answer?
It's about enabling the team working remotely, and video conferencing seems to be best option to include them in this kickoff meeting.
Sir, I also feel that option A, because we are mentioning support an environment where diverse perspective. So we can go for video conference to support the environment, because if we gather the team at one place, we have to travel. So it means again, we have to spend something on the environment as well as a damaged environment.
Okay, I hear you. Good. Let's go to B. Someone said B here. If not, let's go to C. Anyone said C here?
Yes, Shriram. Yes, Shriram. For the B answer.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. For the B, it's mainly because it's a kickoff meeting. It's the manager is planning to kick off a meeting, and it's best to do that face to face and take the team members' view also. What would be the best way to manage it? So it's important to take their views and include everyone in that meeting. So hence it will be a B.
Okay, nice to know. Okay, I got this. Let's go to C.
Hi.
C.
For C, where we are saying that support an environment where diverse perspective and views are encouraged, because every country has a different way of saying things. Some words are feel good in some countries, and some words are not liked in some countries. So if until unless we are aware of these things, we cannot value each other. So it's important to know the team members and other people values and culture to make a good environment.
And also you're setting the ground rules here through the training, that this is what is expected of each other as different people from different backgrounds. And through that training, you're telling them that this is what is expected as ground rules for us to function properly.
I hear you. Very good. Let's go to D. Anyone D? Okay. I think we heard about A, B, and C. Now, after hearing this justification, if I give a chance to re-vote, because here I heard they want to invite all the 9 country people to be here. Here they said every team member should be part of it so that you can remove the diversity factors. Here we heard about good to have a diversity training because the aim is to create an environment. So after hearing these three, if you want to re-vote it, what will be your voting? Let's see your chat.
Still C.
Same A, still B. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's understand the question. One thing when you answer the question, don't try to get driven away by some information they give here. So first thing is the project manager is planning a kickoff. Kickoff is not happening. It's a planning stage. Okay. Kickoff for a project that will have team members dispersed across 9 countries. Okay. What can the project manager do to support? Manager has to do to support an environment where he or she has to create an environment. In this, diverse perspective views are encouraged. You have to create an environment. This question is not asking how a kickoff will happen. This question is not asking, will they sit on the video call? Are you sure 9 countries are going to work in internet-related computer job to sit on the video conferencing? Are you sure about it? Not sure.
But sir, nowadays most of all companies have internet and video conference facilities.
Judge it, right? You can't judge it. You can't. It's an open assumption. You'll be in trouble. So by the way, first the question is not worried about will you do kickoff, how you do kickoff. The question is worried about how you can create an environment. Kickoff is one of it. Kickoff is a start. Maybe kickoff also can be part of it. But the message here is you want to bring an environment. Environment means a culture, a nature, a way of living. That's environment. In this environment, if you want to create it, what will help you? Will this video conference may be part of it? All team members attending may be part of it. How each team members state the name and country, no way it will help out of it. So chances are when you help people to learn about what is diversity, what is all about different country, what is the nature of job, how do they behave, how do they work, chances are your environment gets better. Part of this, you may have a kickoff through video conferencing or phone calls, you invite them, that all can happen. But ideally, you have to educate them. The knowledge is important, right? What all we saw about the video conferencing, all team, is all part of it. But ideally, that education is. Do you feel that education is important than other these events? Also, the question is not asking in the kickoff what you will do. The question is asking how you create an environment for that reason. If that's the case, I may not only focus on kickoff. I'll focus on how broadly we have to create it. So they made a sentence in the beginning just to divert you, and many of you got diverted there. You didn't read the second main sentence within the question, support an environment where you will create it. This could be related to kickoff also, but that's not the only aim. The aim is broader. Did you got that? Do you feel that makes sense now? This is the way they imagine. This is the way they put a question, putting a wordings like that. You will feel quickly, oh, okay, kickoff related to kickoff. What I have to do? Do this, do this, do this. But the question is not about kickoff. The kickoff is one wording, but they want something else from you. That's a point. All right, quickly to Ranjit. Ranjit is asking where you will keep the ground rules. How do you publish it? For information, this is not the message I have to publish to everyone in the market or everyone in my company. I can have it in a shared folder, or the team will keep it within themselves what it is. When a new member comes in, they do something called onboarding program. When I say onboarding program, they will invite them how a company works. Same way they tell team how it works. We meet every day at 9 o'clock. We do this. It's a kind of discussion to share them. If you want, they'll give you a document to read it. There it stops. Hope they help you. Let's move a little more. Now, let's read the question. Little agile here. Use the elimination technique. Let me see people in the YouTube. Let me see your answers. What you guys are putting there. Okay. Answer starts coming out. This time also I have B and D. B and D and also some C's there. Okay, right. Let me start with the person who gives B. Would you like to say why you thought B could be answer?
Because Agile is always about adaptable manner. It's
Nice.
not predictable.
Nice. Nice. Very good. That's a right point. Very good. How it's related to this question?
So it cannot be predictable. What is not a
Cannot be
part of an
predictable.
Agile? What is not a part of an Agile?
There you go. There you go. Where is the keyword? Project team is attempting to adapt an agile mindset, may use all of the following questions to develop an implementation, except which one? In PMP examination, whenever you see the word except, out of all, one is wrong way of thinking. You have to see which is a wrong or other way of thinking. Okay, I'll park that. I'll go to the other answer. I'm seeing many are going with A. Why do you think A is an answer? Somebody can speak up.
Yeah, it does not focus on high priority because once in Agile, usually the backlog is already defined, and velocity helps in predictable manner, I can say that in adopting Agile. And they also get early feedbacks, so that is one possible strategy. So when I'm doing elimination method, I think it's only A is what I look for when it comes to Agile.
You think A is the right answer? Okay. Okay. Okay, I hear you. And I saw something A, B, C, D. D. Somebody want to talk about D?
So I believe this Agile works on like the same platform. It's not about the servant leadership approach.
It's about values, so it really doesn't matter about servant leadership.
It's a team. Yeah. Who perform. So who perform together? So.
Yeah, the values, the chain can be anyhow. It doesn't have to be servant leadership when you're talking about value generation.
Okay, got you. One last one, C. Someone want to talk about C if you answered it.
Hi, Shriram. Yeah, so C, because we're not looking at doing rapid delivery, we're talking about value delivery here. So except for delivering rapidly and obtaining early feedback, I mean, early feedback is fine, but more than deliver rapidly, it's about what is the value that we are able to create. I think that is the reason C might stand, C is one of the possible answers here.
Okay, nice. Good to see all answers. I'm seeing good, interesting. Everyone has one justification. We can't say no for it. Okay, after listening to the justification, what is the final goal? Do anyone want to re-vote it? Any re-voting here? One more chance. I'm seeing B coming up. B coming up. Oh my God. Good. Somebody has explained B properly. More going on. B. Oh, D is coming. D is coming. I'm seeing B is more. D is also coming. Still B. Still B. Okay. I'm seeing B is going majority. Let's see the question now. Thanks for the re-voting. The project team that is attempting to adopt an Agile, they're new. Adopt Agile mindset, the thought, mindset, not way of working, mindset, may use all of the following questions to develop an implementation strategy. They're going to ask some questions, except which one, which means in this 4 question, 3 questions is going to be related to Agile. 1 question is not related to Agile. Let's start from the bottom. One of the question is, how can a servant leader approach aid the achievement of goals? What goals? Could be team goals. How come a servant leader? Servant leader could be a scrum master, could be an agile coach, could be a project manager who is an agile project manager, could be anyone. The question is, when you form a team of agile, they're trying to ask a question, how can a servant leader do something to achieve the goal? What way? Is it a valid question in agile or invalid question? Is it a valid or invalid question?
Valid.
Looks a valid question. It should be asked. Then how do you know somebody will do something good properly? Okay, let's go to the next question. What work can the team deliver rapidly to obtain early feedback? Here, of course, value delivery is important. At the same time, they're asking rapidly means how early to get a feedback. Feedback could be wrong. Feedback could be correct. But point here is this new agile team is questioning what work can the team deliver. They want to understand what work they have to deliver faster, fail fast, learn fast, and move forward. Do you think this is also one of the mindset of agile?
Yes.
Fail fast, learn fast, go forward. Of course, value is needed, but this is also one of the mindset. Fail fast, value one. How can the team act in a predictable manner? Do you think in agile, the team act in a predictable manner, or agile itself is a non-predictable manner? Do you think it's a valid question if this team is going to talk, or invalid question?
Valid.
This goes to invalid because a team is not working in a predictable manner. The moment you start working in a predictable manner, it means you have a well-planned project. We are not talking well-planned project. You're talking an agile project. An agile project, we will not have a lengthy plan. When you don't have a lengthy plan, you cannot predict what your team will do. So this is an invalid question for an agile team. Then how is the first question, Shriram? What work can be avoided to focus on high priority? In agile, there is a principle number 10. Simplicity, the art of maximizing amount of work not done is essential. We try to avoid unimportant work. In lean management, we talk about a reduction of unimportant work that will save a lot of time. Now, if this is a new agile team, if they want to ask the question, they want to ask how it is priority, what is this, what is that? By the way, I don't want to explain every agile factor in this one question itself because we have a place to talk about agile. But what I'm trying to see here is when you read a question, first, did we read this question clearly? Because the question is asking except which one? You understood that. On top of that, are you aware agile is just opposite of predictability? If you get these two things, that it means it's a negative word here. Possibly it could have made little extra lesser time for you to kick the right answer. I'm telling you the main example, I'm telling that. When you see some words which is totally against to that, you are a little careful because agile goes by high priority value. Agile goes by early feedback. Agile goes by servant leader. These are their own words. Whereas the predictability is not agile word. You are a little careful, which could save time. By the way, answers, what we got justified, I agree with your justifications. But when you see the question, start seeing what they're asking except what is against the keyword. That will make you faster answering. Hope that's fine for you. Got submit. People went to different answers. You feel that predictability can be the better one. I know, a little tricky there. All right, let's hit one topic here. I will have something called storytelling. Is it part of PMP exam? Not for the exam, but I thought some projects I can explain to you. Will you be interested to listen a project story, real project story? Would you be interested? Okay. There is a real project story from Adam. So Adam is a person working in a Ford. Do I have some people from here who are on automobile? People are here from automobile, machines, cars. People are here. I have people here. Okay, nice. So now what happened is Adam had a mission from a Ford. What is the mission here is make in their own premises. That is made in house, in-house project. They call us an in-house project in Ford where they want to come with an engine. The project timeline is given was 36 months. Engine is for the F-150 truck engine. Now, Adam formed a team who were very hungry engineers and then shielded the team from unwanted distractions. And now what happened is team works very closely to each other regularly. They meet regularly and talk to each other, work towards it. Now, what was the result is, the result was that the engine fit into the truck perfectly in the first time. Anyone from an automobile will say to me, setting an engine perfectly inside on the first time is a miracle. Do anyone agree with this? Anyone from machine industry will? Setting an engine perfectly on the first time, it's a miracle. Okay, it won't happen. Hey, Shriram, what a big deal, man. Lift the machine, put it inside. That's it. If you feel like that, it doesn't work like that. It does a lot of stuff. It's a very, very complicated. So engine fitting into the truck perfectly first time, that almost never happens. They did it. Now, Adam also realized that engineers work harder and smarter when they have fun at their work. Okay. So now, what is the things happen? Results. The new Ford diesel engine was completed on time. The engine was the first of the kind, state of the art, anti-pollution engine. It got an award. It has some good performance, all this stuff. I'll give a story, leave it. It's a real story. You can check Adam. Adam should be in my LinkedIn or in any LinkedIn, you can catch him. It's a small hint story. Somewhere I read it and then I made it as a story, which you can get more details. Now, what is your take when you saw this a successful project? Can you tell some of the successful hint from here in this project?
There was some good environment created.
Environment created. Very good. Nice. What do you mean by environment there? Little more detail there.
Fun at work, shielded the team from the top management.
Stakeholder management.
Maybe a highly engaged team.
Having fun.
The same point. What do you mean by shielded the team? Do you think the upper management bugs the team continuously?
Normally, the productive hours will increase when the top management is not there, ideally.
Hey, Shri, what's happening is that he's not allowing the requirements from the top management to come to the team. Top management always have some new ideas they want to push in midway of the project. So shielding from that information to going to the team and distraction causing
unwanted information should be shielded. What if there is information useful? That we have to take in, right? So we cannot say everything is away. As I rightly said, unwanted we have protect. Very good. So I took the word environment. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to other people. What do you guys?
He acted as a shield, basically. As a project manager, you're supposed to.
The PM sometimes takes the brunt of slips, which is also important. If there is a slip of any sort, then the PM directly reports the thing to the upper management and takes responsibility of it. At the same time, tells the person responsible that this was not great, but take care of it next time. That sort of a thing also happens.
He must have also
effective communication because people are meeting hourly. Yeah.
Team building activity.
Specialist
team. Hungry engineers are mentioned. So I feel
that's
it is
specialist.
The best of the lot.
I was waiting for this. In Agile, this is a principle number 5. The principle number 5 says work with motivated people who are interested to do the job. So a hungry engineer, somebody should have a passion to work on it and pick up them or make them hungry for what they have to do. In Agile, it's a very important point. Very good. Thanks for that point. Now, looking at this, do you think it is a very traditional management model or it is a model which we call as more customer focus oriented, value oriented, results oriented, fail fast oriented? Do you see this kind of mindset happening here? Do you see something like that?
Yes,
very people-oriented. No top-down approach here. Fun factors are happening here. Regular meetings are happening here. They're able to have a close network, hungry engineers, shielding people, friendly managers. Do you see all these flavors are happening here in an industry where you call well-predicted model, not adaptive model, predicted model? If you know this, if you hear this terminology, this is called as Agile mindset. Anyone working in Agile, do you feel that the same flavor you're doing in your corporate where Agile flavor, this is what happening? This is what expected to happen, if not happening? Do you feel that? If you feel that, if somebody tells Agile is only for software industry, this one scenario says it's not only for software industry. It can done by any industry, provided you have an open mindset of accepting your team. They are capable of doing things. Give them what they want to do. Just stay away, don't bug them. They will do it. But choose the right people. Oh, Shriram, this is the biggest problem, man. If you go and ask my team manager, they give somebody who's yeah, okay, they'll talk that a little later. The point here is Agile is not something so complicated method like what some are explaining in the market, in the books. Usually people means Agile means they take you into Scrum, daily stand-up, Jira, nothing like that. Agile is the simplest way of respecting people, understanding what is in need currently. This is what Agile. Agile is a philosophy of how we can digest things. Okay. If somebody really want Agile, understand, I'll explain more going forward in classes. This morning, we took a class for PMI-ACP, which video is available, where I explained really what Agile is doing. I will ask Rahul to share the link. Someone is interested, please listen that 1 hour, half an hour of the content. I'm sure you get totally what is Agile is all about. Then when you read the books, it will get faster. Will you be interested to listen to that video, which will help you?
Yes.
All right. I'll ask Rahul to share it. Or it is also available in the YouTube. Morning, I did it YouTube live. So when you listen to that, you get an idea. But message I want to convey in this class here is, don't take it for granted. Agile means IT. Don't do that. Agile means mindset. If Adam has a clear mindset that how he can respect the team, how he can suggest the team to do on their own without distractions, respecting their value, that's agility. That's what agility is all about. And that gives amazing results of outcome. This is what market is preferring. Okay, I'll give a pass here. I think Rahul is super fast. Already he gave a link there. Take time to listen to the video later. It's a little lengthy video. It's a full class of PMI-ACP, Agile Certified Practitioner. There I have explained about what is actually Agile mindset is. Maybe it will give more clarity. All right, good. Let's listen to one short video. I like this video. In this video, there is a person. She is a project manager and senior manager. She does an amazing job. I really admire the way she does things. By the way, you all aware of a World Trade Center? Have you heard the World Trade Center? WTC? Shriram, you're talking in the month of September, man. How do I forget it, right?
Yes.
Even though we don't know, at least we have seen this when you're in school and college. Your mom, dad wake up, hey, see the television, something is happening. Of course, many people lost life there. Let's not remember that only for that reason. World Trade Center is for different reasons. We do different job there. Okay. By the way, you know that Michael Jackson had a narrow escape on this building. Are you aware of it? Michael Jackson had a meeting on World Trade Center on September 11 morning. He made a greatest thank note to his mom because the previous night he had a very lengthy conversation with the mom. So he overslept. He didn't wake up in the morning for the interview in the building. Survived. If not, Jackson would have gone there. Okay, that's a message. If time permits, go and read about it. So he gives a thank note to the mom. Mom, thanks for that late night call. I slept more. I didn't wake up. So always there is a mom to protect you. Okay. Anyway, after 7 years, he gone naturally. So let's move to the video. Let's watch this video and come back. Right. All right. Here is the video.
My most inspiring project has to be the rebuilding of the World Trade Center in New York City. I had the opportunity to work with engineers, program managers, and project managers from the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. I got an insider view of some of the work that they did. I've had the pleasure for 20 years to work with incredible clients across the globe, from manufacturing to financial services, government agencies, healthcare, to bring superior services, help reform strategies, deliver solutions that enable these clients to bring their organization, their project, their team to the next level. For me, the driving force is to help make a difference for my clients, to help them to uncover their potential, and to help them create the stepped approach to move toward that aspiration and to achieve those goals.
Well, what you're looking behind me is what we call the East Bathtub. East Bathtub consists of Tower 2, which is over in the north, Tower 3, which is right here, and Tower 4.
Initially, my connection with the World Trade Center was through the PMI New York City chapter, and I was invited to do some training with the World Trade Center employees, some mentoring as well. They had some of the most complex stakeholder management challenges I've ever seen. I think of Kelly with quality assurance. Caesar was in charge of all the logistics of everything coming and going. Tremendous impact on schedule and timing and stakeholders, safety and OSHA regulations. And it was really very powerful to be able to brainstorm with them to see how we could best recommend possible solutions for going forward. When you go there today and you see all the subway lines working in the PATH train, working in the huge Oculus, that's impressive. But what really touches me and what's more impressive is the human spirit that is so vital there. And that's all about how those people brought project management to the table to create this environment where literally millions of people come in and out every single day. PMI has helped in a really big way. Knowing there's a consistent standard and approach helps us to jump into a collaboration far quicker because we have the framework for the conversation already established. When I see a client who says, Beth, I now have my dream job. Our team is off in the right direction. We've transformed the way we work. That's what motivates me. There can be tough times, it can be hard work, we can have challenges, and we shift and we pivot and we adapt. And then when you see the end results, it's all worthwhile. And that's how I feel when I look to the World Trade Center and the Oculus and see the amazing result there. That project for me was completely awe-inspiring. Project professionals make reality every day of their lives. They're taking where we are today and taking us into the future.
Do anyone felt the inspiration from her? Sounds interesting. That's a knowledge worker. That's a person who thinks, right? Fantastic. Fantastic, right? Good. I felt more inspired watching her, how she's contributing and how she looks at project. She looks it as a human spirit there, and you start looking at a passion, love towards what they're doing. That's very important. Okay. How many of us do that? Very less number of people. Okay, good. So now coming back on this, what we did today, we took good time to talk about creating a high performing team. Of course, you understood key factors, something about stakeholder. If you remember the bigger bubble, small bubble. Do you remember the bigger bubble, small bubble? Which has a stakeholders, and we have your team in the center. Could be there, right? And we understood to do this, we have a stakeholder register gets ready. Right, in this register, you have to group it. How you group it? You group it by power and interest. High power, high interest, low power, low interest. Also, you understood, you will see whether they are currently where they are, where they want to go. What does C stands for? What D stands for? Do you remember it quickly? C stands for, D stands for?
Current and desired.
Current and desired. Is it something only for a massive project or even for small project we can do this? What is your thought? Will it be helpful?
Every
project. For any project.
You can do it. Nothing stops you. But if you feel, Shri, my memory power is super great, I can remember everything, that's fine with you. But I would tell it's decent to have a list like this and maintain it. We understood these factors. And also we started seeing that how a team works. That's what we saw about a T-shaped team. And we saw something about a knowledge workers. If you have a paper pencil next to you, you should have at least 2 to 3 pages noted down key points there. Now, if you go back and open the chapter called stakeholder management, open the chapter called resource management, it'll make more sense to see that you're relating and reading something for your management knowledge. Yep. Okay, that we give a stop here. When we come back tomorrow, we will learn more about certain other factors in creating a team, after which next week we'll get to this area. I'm sure this area will be the most interesting area of many of you because it talks of your day-to-day job, how a requirement comes in, how a time is handled, how the cost is handled. That's action. But an exam, only action area question will not come. You will ask a lot of people-oriented area, because this is the area which we are struggling hard in the market. We are having many softwares and tools to do this, but for this we need a human factor. Human factor is struggling. So you may find more questions in exam in this area. We'll just give a pause here, and let's see some of you if you want to show your face. All right, how was the class today? Did you got some info? Did you have something in your brain, and does it related to your day-to-day job, or it's theoretical? Shriram, it's all theoretically super good, man. I appreciate it. Practically, we don't do this. You're talking like that because I keep hearing this. Theoretical is different, Shriram. Practically, it's different. I feel both should be same. Then only our growth will happen. Okay, good. Quick thing. Can I assume that you all have your study plan start getting generated? You have a study plan with you? Okay, you have that. And you have your books all downloaded or will download. At least you know that you ought to talk to your team members and get it too. And third one is, you know, the class agenda, right? And fourth one is, first thing, you should be clear enough per day. You're going to spend some time at least. Without reading at least 20 minutes, you should not sleep. Is it so? Yes, it is. You can sleep even without a food, but without reading, don't sleep. Make it as a habit going forward. Next, at least a few weeks of time, read at least 20 minutes and sleep. I'm sure even if you feel hungry, your dopamine will take care of it. What is a dopamine? At the beginning of the class, I said, sense of completing a task. Shriram, eating food is an important task. Sense of accomplishment. Okay, that you can do. But more than that, please read something before you go to bed. Right? That's a point here. All right. With this, we'll give a pause here. I'll be interested to listen to the questions. People who feel it's late in the night and it's time for you, go ahead and sleep well. Thanks all for your participation. People have questions, stay around. People who are in YouTube, thanks for your participation. Indranath Bhattacharya, I can see some of your answers. Vidyasagar, good. Thanks for all your participation. And you can reach out to our team members, Rahul Gupta and our ShriLearning team. We'll be happy to guide you. Yep, thanks a lot. All right. So let's say wave hands. Hello, bye-bye for the people who want to go to sleep. And people have questions. We can kickstart the questions here.
One question I have, Shri, is this exam content outline.
Hold on. We'll follow a format here. I missed to say that. Put your hands up so that we know that you have a question. So we can go one by one. Hands up, not in front of the camera. I can see you. There is an emoji. There is an icon in there. Choose that icon. It shows the answer. So that I know that you have a question. We can go one by one. So we'll go everyone here. Is that fine, deal? Ground rule? Is it a ground rule? Okay, let's follow the ground rule here. All right, we'll start with Subramania. Yes.
Hey, Shri. Yeah, the question is regarding the chapters that you mentioned. Are you referring to any particular book, like it's only Rita or any specific book you want us to follow? Is it? Or maybe I missed that in the previous class.
10th edition. Do you have the class agenda PDF with you?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have? Yeah. See, it's not restricted with reading one or two books. You can read any book. But what I did here is, if you see the class agenda, you can see a book, Stakeholder. For stakeholder, there is A and B. Where is A and B? A could be Rita, B could be PMBOK 6, when it's an A or B. So you pick up which book you like. I see many people, they're liking sometimes PMBOK 6, some they like Rita. I feel Rita looks better because they have some questions also inside the book. After reading a chapter, you can take some questions. You can see, am I reading properly, which is not in a PMBOK. Some like PMBOK language is better. So it depends on you. Read at least few pages, get a feel of a language, which one you like, pick it up. If I'm you preparing for exam in next 5-6 weeks or 8 weeks, I'll go for Rita because Rita is totally exam oriented. Read, clear the exam. No, Shriram, I want to read the so depth of it. I want to get the end of it. I would read Rita. Also, it will take time to read PMBOK 6, what is explained there. Hope I helped you.
Right. I mean, the only thing I feel a bit confusing or misleading is a lot of cross-referencing. Like every time you read the book, they say this is referred there, that is referred here. It just makes it more difficult. I mean, like if I pick up a chapter directly, I pick up a chapter of stakeholder management, say, oh, this is already referred in this. And I mean, in Rita, they have that trick of the trade, which gets more confusing. I don't know if I'm reading it the right way, or is there a right way to read it?
Let me understand a little more. When you say misleading, from where you found it is misleading?
I wouldn't say misleading. It's the cross-referencing makes me, jump across chapters. Yeah. Like when I say in resourcing, or so I started with stakeholders chapter, and in that say cross reference to the framework chapter, and then I did go to the framework eventually.
Okay.
It just
let me understand. You mean the book says connection from here to there? Is it so?
Yeah. That's
natural, right? You read a novel. In the novel, they say that as we said in that first segment. That's why they connected, right? Connection will be there. That you can't avoid it. So it is end of day, you can read the full book. But if you feel that is important, go there and read it. If not, continue where you are. No need to stop there. Don't stop it. Just keep going. You don't need to go back and read and come again. End of day, after 5 weeks or 8 weeks, you would have been done with the full book reading. So you won't miss anything. You have to read it. See, it's a full meal is available in the plate. You don't know where to start eating. But I'm telling you, start from here. Anyhow, within 20 minutes, you've eaten everything. Full food will go inside. Okay. So don't worry about it. But if it is really burning you, saying that these guys are asking you, in Rita book, you're telling that. One chapter, when you read, they'll tell that read a chapter there. I would tell, don't jump. Just keep on going. They say something, it's okay. Let me proceed. Keep on going. That way you won't get misled.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person. Divya.
Hi, Shriram. Shriram, with regards to today's session, right? So we were discussing about RACI and stakeholder register. So stakeholder register, we started on day 1. So when we say day 1, does it mean in the initiation phase or in the planning phase of day 1?
See, when you say stakeholder register, you no need to wait for a date. The moment a project kick-started with the contract, I should know who all going to be involved in this. I may not even wait for a date. I can say from the day when I realize the project, my project is starting. Officially, I got a contract signed. I'm fine to write it down, right? Will you wait? Next week is my kickoff meeting. Until then, in between 1 week, whoever comes, I will not note down. I cannot wait like that. A register can be something helpful for me, which to track who all part of the project. So I don't want to wait for any day. The moment I hear the word contract signed, project officially starting from September 15, I will say from September 15, I'll have a document with me. Is that so?
Fair enough.
Yeah, good. Super. Thanks, Divya.
The last question, Shriram. So I was going through this framework chapter. I did completely read the framework chapter on Rita, and I was pretty good understanding the concept. And then I thought I'll give a try on the PMBOK 6 also, because that was referred in the agenda. And then I found some of the concepts and terminologies, like for example, phase gate, those concepts did not come into Rita 10. So am I missing out on something, or what is your reference? Because A and B was it, is it good to read both of the books?
I said A or B. The reason is, as I say right now with Subramania, telling that language will be different in some books. Some of them like PMBOK's language. Now, coming on the topic, like you said, phase gates, PMI has referred totally 10 books for the exam. Okay. If you open another book, those topics will not be in Rita also.
Right.
So there is no end. It's an ocean. So believe what you read in front of you. Keep moving forward. I'm sure you will miss 5-6 items. You can't avoid it. It's ocean. You keep moving. How do you catch up those missed items? When you start doing mock exams in ShriLearning, some of the missed items will come in the question. You will fail on that question. That's okay. But below the question, you will have a justification explaining that answer. That is important. You read 2 times, 3rd time you got the concept.
Got that. Fair enough. Okay, got it.
Perfect.
Good.
All right. Let's go to Manjula.
Hi, Shri. So I have a question on communication channel. So when you were explaining the question on the, we answered that. So I just wanted to know in the question if they have mentioned like sponsors and the project manager and the team members, do we need to include all the people and calculate, or how do we go about it?
The moment they mentioned it, it means they're part of stakeholders list.
Okay.
And if they say including sponsor 5 people, I'm sure they already added. If they don't tell the team is 5 people, then we have a sponsorship of 3%. That's what the question says. So 5 plus 3. So the moment they pronounce it, it means they're part of the stakeholder list, which we have to take into consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Shri. Thanks.
Sir, I have a question concerned to this. If say stakeholder is some institute like government or some another institute, then that should be considered as a single number, or how it should be?
So here in this communication path, we want to know who is going to involve from that organization. If I don't know who is going to be involved, chances are tougher for me how to put a channel, right? Okay. So if you say there is a vendor, from vendor, you want to know who is the right person who's going to contact me, maybe 2 people or 3 people. I should know about it. So here I cannot put one organization name, rather on the organization, how many people are going to be in touch with my team, that I have to know.
Okay, so in that case, we should not consider anything for that institute if the clarity is not given.
Of course, right? When it is 0, 0, we won't add it. Only when they say I want 3 people going to be part of it, yes, we'll add it.
Okay.
Sir, sir, I have a counter. Suppose there is institute, but how I can say there is no people?
Of course, that's what you have to check with them. You have to understand. That's what stakeholder register understanding. They won't come and knock your door and tell that we have 2 people, please note down. We have to start analysis, start understanding fact. If you don't have analysis, that's a stage, channel will be lesser.
So suppose there's a government institute and there are at least one person might be there to participate as a bubble of that. Na? Otherwise, how will we communicate with the institute?
I agree. But once you understand one person is there, you record one person.
Okay.
You won't put by assumption. You will know by detail and then you record it. You should have a name for the person, right? Senior engineer from government segment. That name should be there. Without that, you will put assumption one person can be there. You can't write like that. You should know the person. You should know their involvement. You should know their power. You should know their influence. You have to go and talk it. That's what a manager role is. You will start analyzing the stakeholder register. Question is valuable, but you have to do that analysis. You have to do the groundwork before you do something. Communication channel is one of your factor, but understanding who all the team members, who is going to help me, who is going to trouble me. So this is what our role is. Our role is understanding all the list of people. So we have to do the groundwork. Perfect.
Okay, sir.
Good question. All right, let's go to Ankur.
Hi, Shri. I have a couple of queries. One, when we are talking about exam content outline, we are talking about this 36.5 and 3.5.36, right?
Yes.
And when I was referring Rita, in some of the content, they mentioned that domain 1, task 9 and 10. So domain 1 is people, whereas in people, I would say creating high performance is having 7 tasks. And how will I relate 9 and 10 there, that I have what eco in eco for domain 1?
I think middle of the class or beginning of the class, I would have given a hint. Unfortunately, you don't have a book in the market which exactly tells this is a task, this is a lesson.
Okay.
It is there one, which is called PMP exam preparation book. Something is like that, but it is not really explained well. So overall for people domain, just keep it like this. Overall for people domain, you will read stakeholder management, resource management, communication management, and few more factors in Agile teams, how it works. When you read this overall, inbuilt, this will be covered. You cannot search in the book where is ground rules related information. The book is not there in the market because there is some mismatch between what PMI published or what Rita published. I won't call mismatch. That's the way it is for the last 2 years. Maybe future somebody can bring up a new book which will exactly put each lesson and explain it. That is not so far in the market. So for people domain, stakeholder, resource, communication, agile teams oriented. If you can read this, that will cover all these factors.
After having this book, it's remind me of reading a Lord of the Rings. Second, when we're saying that communication channel, it is you mentioned that it is about effectiveness of the communication. That is important. But when we are saying that number of stakeholders, the numbers of channels are increasing. So when you're saying the number of channels are increasing, you meant to say that how we can communicating one to another, or what exactly is it? The effectiveness or is a way of communication? So how I differentiate or distinguish among these two?
See, when the channels of communication is increasing, I will watch out on mode of communication, and I will watch out on what method of, whether I have to do formal communication, informal communication, written. So you start seeing how effectively I have to handle them, how effectively I have to encode the message and pass to them, how I should get the formal approval from them. Kind of, if it is an open forum of huge amount of people, the way of communication is different. If I'm going for the board of director meetings and discussion is different. So channels of communication just gives me a basic idea, but the more channel, how complex the communication is going to be. When it is going to be pretty complex, I'll be very careful enough. No need to include everyone in this group. I'll filter it. Instead of inviting 25 people, I'll tell 5 is enough, because I understand when I put 25 people, channel is going to be larger. More questions going to come here. Unrelevant questions will come here. Unrelevant task will come here. I'll be a little watchful. Okay, let's not put 25. 25 means how many channels? Oh, these many channels. Let's make it 5 people. Who are the 5 people? Who are the key people? So I will try to understand whom to invite, whom not to invite. If I have these many people, do I need to give a formal documentation, informal documentation, verbal presentation? So you understand those factors. For that reason, we use it.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you for time.
Perfect. Good.
Yes. Hello.
Yogesh.
Yes. So actually, I just want to know how we will know the project is successful or not. Is there any at the finalization? Is there any criteria? Means any sheet?
Good question. Good question. Do you have a success party at your office? Celebration?
No, currently is not. I actually today I attended the town hall meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
You could have stood up and asked, can you guys tell me, is there any project successful in the last 1 year?
Yes. I had I had the question after this meeting, so that's why I asked.
Okay. Do you got any answer? Good answer?
No.
Okay. So how do you know that? It is not a one parameter. So one person cannot suddenly tell that, yes, it was a great successful. No, they can't do that. So how it works is they look at some parameters like scope of the work. Did we deliver what customer asked for? When you know how you delivered everything is, we call something called customer satisfaction survey, or they call us NPS, Net Promoter Survey. You would have heard about NPS survey or customer satisfaction survey. They take a survey from the customer. You are working with us for the last 8 months. We delivered something. Will you be happy? Will you be happy? Or are you happy with what we delivered? They give a feedback on top of that. Also, we will see, did we deliver the quality parameters? They ask for 6 Sigma. Did we meet it? Did we meet the need of the time? They said 8 months you want to deliver. Did we deliver 8 months, 10 months when we delivered? They said cost could be $4.5 million. Are we within 4.5 million? Did we go beyond that? But still, it's in the buffer limit. So we will see multiple parameters. Did we meet the time, money, requirement, quality, customer satisfaction? All this parameter put together, we can call it as a successful project. You cannot tell line by line, it will map, but more or less closer. I should not tell a 4 million project completed on 7 million. I cannot tell a scale of customer satisfaction 0 to 10. 2 points is given. I cannot tell it's a satisfaction. When I say 8, 9, and 10 points are given, I will consider as a satisfaction. I will say requirement 100 features should be done. Let's say at least 90 features looks good. But if you did only 40 features, what customer asked for, not good. So multiple parameters you conclude, then you say, yeah, it looks like a successful project.
Okay.
So the guy whom you spoke, they should have this knowledge. If they don't have knowledge, sure, you won't get the answer.
Okay. And means for every project, Means means company will share to the this means parameters to the end client, or it is mandatory, or it is the company decision.
Which one is company decision?
To check this this project is successful, or yes.
Yeah, it is very transparent. Both the party can discuss. But off late, what is happening is company want to propagate they are doing great job. So sometimes they fake the data and publish saying that we did it, oh, successful. Okay. But it should be a transparent discussion with both the party. When they say customer, that's why I asked success party. Usually successful closure party will happen. There they come and present on the stage what all parameters went well. They'll appreciate each other. Also, they'll give a feedback. It could have been done like this. Something like that feedback will come. That's fine. They'll have a closing party of how things all went in. So it should be transparently, mutually agreed. Both the parties says it's all went well. Then it looks a successful project. Nothing to hide here. We have to be very transparent. But in the market, it is not happening that way because people want to propagate their project is successful. One says successful, other says failure. That's how it is. But answer to your question is yes, they have to be transparent. Both has to discuss.
Okay. Thank you. Perfect.
Good. All right. I like the word Subramania says. Did they say we will take it offline? In town hall, it happens, right? We'll take it offline. Okay. All right. Let's go to Archana.
Yeah. Hi, Shriram.
Hey.
So my question is about reading only. I have
The volume is a little
with...
low.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
You are.
Okay. So it is about reading the books. So I've started reading the Rita and as per your agenda, the framework chapter. So first few pages and everything. But in the group also, I daily see questions, a daily 10 questions Rahul post. So I just glance through it, try to answer. But at end of few of the questions, the reference is written as PMBOK. PMBOK is page number this. So then the question arises that I am referring to Rita and I like the language. Then again, do I have to go to PMBOK for those questions or to understand in depth? That is a question.
Yeah, that's a good thought. So what happened is, these are the question papers created even before this Rita edition got published. If you see, everything will be PMBOK 6th edition. You see that?
Yes. Almost the PMBOK reference is there.
Yes, because these all papers got ready from 2017. So by this, you can understand question has not changed. Okay. So from 2017, the PMBOK 6th edition is there. So question papers, a lot are got created from that time. Whereas what you see Rita today came 2 years back, 2021. Okay. This is one of the primary reason. Other reason is when we say reference, when I say reference, some important content, one-liner, two-liner, or a paragraph will be called as a reference to look into PMBOK 6. Right. So even though you read a Rita edition fully, you understood the concept, how a scope management works, how a budgeting works, you clearly understood. But when you say reference, a line will be there, which will tell what it is. Okay. You can go there and refer this line, which can be addition knowledge. Anyhow, you won't feel bad you missed something. We're not expecting you to read the full chapter. You read that line, that paragraph. That's okay. That way, at least you get Rita fully. By referring, you get an idea of what is explained there. We don't want to refer it to Rita because Rita already has its own question paper. You know that, right? Rita has every chapter as a questions. And they're explaining there properly. That's sufficient there. We don't want to disturb it. So this is only for referring that particular line, particular sentence. That's fine for you. You don't expect line by line full paragraph or full page will be given. You will get only one line, two line information there telling what it is all about.
Got it. Thank you so much.
But I'm sure you have to run through. Both you have to go through.
Right. So firstly, can I stick to planning with reading through Rita and then if the time permits, then glancing through the PMBOK? Okay.
There are many people never read PMBOK. They read Rita, answer the question. If you don't answer properly, in the question itself, justification is given at the bottom. They stop there. They don't want to take a reference, go to the book, open the book. If you open the book, the same line will be there. What you saw in the justification, 2 lines, this line only will be there. You are reading that already in the question justification. You understood it. Then they leave it there. They go to the next question. Start reading.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Fantastic. All right, good. Did we answer everyone? Do anyone have a question? One more hand coming up. Yes, Manjula.
Yes, Shri, I have one question. I was reading this resource management in the Trita 330 page. So we have that presence-based application. I couldn't get this concept. It's about the virtual team support.
Okay, it's good for you to say 330 page in this place. It is there. It's sure
Yeah,
I need some
it's
more
about the presence-based
intelligence.
application. It says that this application extend IM capabilities by managing the status of participants to create a virtual office environment for sharing information. So it's about.
Is it talking about a virtual
yes
team formation?
Yes. It
Okay.
says
We
there
have
are
a topic
other
of virtual
options. Yeah, there are other options like video conferencing and live chat and interactive whiteboards, and also
It's
instant
a question.
messaging.
It's not a topic, it's a question.
No, it's a topic. There are other options. With that, we have this presence-based application.
Presence-based application. Boop. I couldn't get it. It should be something on digital way of connecting lively.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, okay.
Could be. That's what I'm getting a feed, but still I couldn't really spark for me, because the moment you say virtual teams, we are nowadays using a lot of telepresence, video conferencing, or being present over online. I believe it's mapping to that. It's my thought.
Okay, Shri. Thank you.
Good. Anyway, we'll talk more. We have a place called virtual team formation. Let's see if we can bring this topic there.
Sure, Shri. Thank you for your time.
All right, great. Let's go to Jeevani.
Yeah, hi, Shri. So my question is not related to the training or what we have discussed so far, but more like a practical.
Will it rain tomorrow? That's your question.
No, it's not about training or the exam preparation, but a very practical question which I am facing currently with my team right now. So I'm not sure if I can ask this question here or.
Go ahead. Until other people don't object it, you can proceed. But you are on YouTube, be watchful. You can ask separately in my WhatsApp also.
Okay, maybe I'll connect WhatsApp then. Yeah,
that's safer for us.
Yeah.
All right. The moment you said your team, then I said, okay, let's go by WhatsApp. Not
I think in the sense it's like related to the conflict resolution, which I don't know how to, I mean, I'm not very sure how to resolve this. So as a suggestion, I want.
Let me see. Sure, I will go through this. If you have my WhatsApp number, you can message me. And when time permits, I'll come back to you. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
All right. Good, guys. Have a great Saturday. Continue on. And again, we'll meet by Sunday for a few more content. Keep up the writing. Keep up the reading. And thanks for being here today. And people in the YouTube, thanks for watching. People in the LinkedIn, thanks for watching. We'll catch up soon in the next session. See you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.